make sure that we've got time to allow everyone to log in. So we appreciate that. And thank you, viewers, for your patience as well. Okay, are we seeing any activity for Commissioner Clemens or Commissioner Holmes from your end?
Chair Wood, I've turned the hosting over to Erica in our communications team. So Erica, can you verify if Commissioner Clemens and Commissioner Holmes are waiting in the waiting room, please? Chair Wood, while we're waiting, can you see all of the commissioners on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I think just sometimes when we begin showing the documents, I've learned to scroll. So again,
very good. Erica has confirmed that they are not in the waiting room.
Okay. Seemed like Commissioner Clemens was trying to log out and log back in. So okay. Well, we do have a quorum. I think it is appropriate. It is now 6:36 for us to move forward. We do want to thank everyone for tuning in. And as you obviously see, we are conducting our meeting through our Zoom today as we continue to transition through the local state of emergency regarding COVID-19. And we do thank all of you all who are watching us on Henry TV Live and also on our website. Facebook, and also again the Spectrum 180 for public viewing. And I know that we did request those who wanted to participate to sign up prior to today's meeting. So we thank those who did sign up. So at this time now we will move into the agenda, and I will begin with an invocation and ask that you please join me. So Father God, we again just thank you for today and ask for your continued protection and safety as we continue to navigate through COVID-19. Again, thanking you for the first responders, healthcare professionals, Lord God, and just ask that those who have been impacted, that you will continue to be with them and to comfort them and to also heal those who have been diagnosed. We do pray, Lord God, that you give all of us wisdom and guidance as we continue to conduct the business of the people, asking that we continue to look to you for all things. And we just ask again that we have a very productive and good meeting in the interest of our citizens and those who are dependent on the leadership. And we look to you for all the guidance and wisdom in that we do. And all that agree in Jesus' name, please join me in saying amen. So at this time, I do ask that we honor our nation and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance, and I ask that you please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all, and thank you for honoring our flag and our nation. So at this time now, I will call this Board of Commissioners meeting to order. And at this time, I do like to make several announcements regarding the agenda that was publicized and advertised for this meeting. There have been 2 zoning matters that have now been postponed. The first one is public hearing RZ 1922, which is the Reservoir Group requesting a rezoning from residential agriculture to residential suburban for property located at 1555 Chambers Road in District 2. The other zoning matter that has been postponed is RZ 1921 with JWA Ventures 2 LLC requesting a rezoning from residential agricultural to mixed use for property located at 109 Old Kelly Town Road, and that is in District 4. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
Chair Wood, I apologize. I wasn't sure if you mentioned the request by staff to remove the SPLOST resolution item. So I do apologize if I missed that.
Okay, so there is a request to postpone item 11, which was to definitely or postpone the discussion on SPLOST 4 revenue regarding projected collections and so forth. So those are the items that have been requested to amend the agenda. Let's again, I think these items, are there any discussion regarding any of these agenda items before we move forward with any modifications to the agenda? Okay, we've heard the request to modify. I usually go this by one, but we're going to consolidate them. So it's time to accept the motion, amend the agenda. Okay, I see a motion from Commissioner Thomas and a second from Commissioner Barnes. Any further discussions or comments? All in favor, please raise your hand, please. Okay, I am seeing 5 commissioners, and we're still waiting for Commissioner Clemens to reconnect. So thank you. The agenda has been modified and accepted. So thank you. We'll now turn it over to our county clerk to present the proclamations for this evening.
Chair Wood, we have 2 proclamations this evening. The first one is recognizing National Emergency Medical Services Week, May 17th through the 23rd. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of Henry County Fire Department are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. Whereas the emergency medical services system consists of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, educators, administrators, and others. Whereas the members of Henry County Fire Department engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. Whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical service providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Henry County Board of Commissioners that May 17th through the 23rd, 2020 shall be known as National Emergency Medical Services Week in Henry County, and they encourage the community to observe this week with the appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Signed by June Wood, Chair, Henry County Board of Commissioners.
And we thank you. And we want to pause on that one before we move to the next one, Ms. Braun, especially in the midst of COVID-19 and all that we've been experiencing and coming through. We definitely need to applaud and recognize all of those in our fire department, and as well as all of the emergency physicians, the emergency nurses, the technicians, the paramedics, firefighters, the educators, administrators, and I also want to make sure that we include E911 and all of that are working on the emergency management team. But we do say kudos, especially to our fire department, as you definitely have experienced a year that you probably have never experienced in your life. So again, thank you for all that you do and all that you will continue to do, especially as we navigate through COVID-19. Are there any other thoughts or questions from any of the board members on this proclamation? Okay, we thank you again, and our hats off, and we honor you. Thank you for this week. Okay, you may proceed now, Ms. Braun.
Sure. The second proclamation is in recognition of the Class of 2020 Day. Whereas the Henry County Board of Commissioners wishes to extend its most sincere congratulations to Henry County Schools' graduating senior class on the outstanding occasion of their graduation. Whereas despite the incredibly difficult circumstances that all students in Georgia have faced amid the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic that interrupted the traditional school year for all students across the state, affecting not only academics, but sports, extracurricular activities, prom, and other milestones that graduating seniors enjoy. Whereas we recognize the exceptional resiliency and accomplishments of our Henry County Schools students who are part of each senior class of 2020 in Dutchtown High School, Eagles Landing High School, Excel Academy, Hampton High School, Locust Grove High School, Luella High School, McDonough High School, Ola High School, Stockbridge High School, Union Grove High School, and Woodland High School. Whereas we celebrate the remarkable work of our Henry County teachers to educate and support our students over each graduate's K through 12 years in the classroom and prepare each graduate to be successful in school, post-graduation endeavors, and in life. Whereas we expect great accomplishments from these outstanding and talented students who, despite difficulties, will graduate from high school to move on to careers, post-secondary education, military service, and many more pathways. Now therefore be it proclaimed that Henry County Board of Commissioners recognizes and congratulates this year's graduating class of the Henry County School System's high school seniors and wishes them the best on their future endeavors. Dated May 19th, 2020, Henry County Board of Commissioners, signed by June Wood, Chair.
All right, and we thank you again for that proclamation. Our hats are off to all of the seniors. We do know and still do appreciate what our school system and Board of Education is doing to applaud those of the class of 2020 who are graduating in all of the high schools that were named and mentioned. And again, we thought that it would be appropriate that on behalf of the Board of Commissioners that we do applaud you. We do hope that, again, that you'll be able to celebrate the best that you can. And more importantly, we wish you the very best in your future success after high school. So congratulations again, seniors, class of 2020. Thank you again for Ms. Braun for that proclamation. So we will now move into our next item, which is an update of our Board of Elections. And as we know, our early voting began on Monday of this week. And so Ms. Pitts, as our elections director, welcome this evening, and we're looking forward to the update from you. So you now may take the microphone.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Wood. Good evening to everyone. I want to start by sharing my screen. I have a PowerPoint I want to do to give you some updates. Sorry for the pause. Okay, so as you all know, I'm Amika Pitts, the director, and I want to go over voter registration. I'm going to give you some updates on that, as well as different things going on with elections, absentee by mail voting updates, as well as advanced in-person voting, as Chair Wood said, that started on yesterday. So for voter registration totals as of May 18th, we have a total of 175,757 registered voters. Those that are active, as you can see, 100,066, 730. Inactive, 8,548, and then we have 479 in pending. Also, I displayed so that the different district commissioners can see their actual total number of voter registrars in their different districts. Only difference is the pending totals are not included. The pending doesn't have the districts next to them, so I have no way of knowing which ones are pending as far as the districts. Okay. As far as elections, we have a total of 37 precincts with one change that had to take place at precinct Red Oak Church. They were not able to continue their usage because of COVID-19. We have made arrangements to be able to go to Red Oak Elementary Gymnasium. We have made different announcements on our communications as far as our website, and we'll be posting that as well in the newspapers, and we're trying to see what we can do as far as signs, and also placing signs at the Red Oak Church, as well as different areas, and as well at Red Oak Elementary. We have a total of 454 poll workers. That includes the managers and assistant managers. We're going to use up to 10 poll workers at each precinct, just depending on the precinct. Some are bigger than others, so some will have less poll workers than the others. And we actually have a wait list of 1,012 who would like to be a poll worker. We have contacted 50 that are on standby, because we have had some to come and say, well, I'm not going to be able to attend. Some reasons have not been just about COVID. There has been some personal reasons as well, but just to be prepared, we have contacted 50 of the 1,012 to make sure that we can have someone that we can call quickly to make sure we fill in so everything can continue to move as it is and smoothly. So as of May 18th, we have mailed out 166,495 absentee ballot applications. 166,268 was mailed out by state. We here at the office, at the election registration office, mailed out 227. We have received back 30,686, a really huge turnout that I myself was not expecting, but we've had a great turnout with that. We have processed 30,286 of those, and we have about 400 that has not been processed. As far as the absentee ballots, we have received 10,301. Out of that 10,000, 5,284 was Democrat, 4,804 was Republican, and 213 was nonpartisan. And also, I was able to get totals for the districts of how many ballots that have been received. You'll see that in your district area. And I wanted to also put the early voting locations here, just for anybody who may not have seen it or need to. Right now, we have the main office here at 40 Atlanta Street open for advanced in-person voting. It did begin, as I said earlier, yesterday. We actually, I feel, did pretty well for our first 2 days. Here at the main office, we had 439 people to turn out for voting. At Mayor Manders and Stockbridge, we had 159. And on today, main office, we received 411 people that came in. And for Mayor Manders, Stockbridge, we received 158. Those were the turnout numbers for today. We will have early voting at main office and Mayor Manders, as you see on the schedule, for this week and next week. We'll begin Saturday voting. That will begin on May 30th. We will be closed for May 25th. I want to make sure I mention that for Memorial Day. We will be observing the holiday. And then the other locations will begin, as I said, May 30th for Saturday voting over into the next week, which is June 1st to June 5th. So as far as advanced in-person voting, we are practicing social distancing. We have at each location at Mayor Manors as well as the main office, we have measured out 6 feet from inside the building with the beginning of the line. Starts with giving your ID. And we have placed them all the way throughout the building to outside, just in case if there are long lines, so that we can have a marking place. We also have that from giving your ID coming all the way in to the main area to vote. We have it labeled and marked out 6 feet apart. And we have instructed the poll workers and everyone to be attentive to voters if they're needing assistance or not understanding the flow. The person that gives them their actual card will take their voter certificate. They are not to ask the next customer to come, so they won't bombard together. So we're just taking time to let different, have different poll workers at different stations with different responsibilities, even with making sure when a voter leaves the machine to immediately come over to clean the voting machine. We also are offering antibacteria to everyone when they come in as they're leaving. Also, we have, I apologize, I had a stump. We also have, I apologize, I lost my thoughts. Just moving forward, I feel like last 2 days we have been very successful with keeping up the social distancing. Also with the personal protection equipment, we are wearing masks and gloves. All poll workers are. We cannot mandatory make voters wear masks and gloves, but we are doing our best to make sure that we protect ourselves as well as protect the voters. I was also able to contact Sheriff McBrayer, and he was able to have security for us. They have been on standby. We will have that for each early voting location as well as on election day. We're just working those things out, just paying attention to the flow of attendance and turnout on whether or not they'll be stationary or will just circle through. Some recommendations that I have that I want to talk about. Some applications were emailed in, and at first we had a very hard time getting the hand of that because it came in a very massive amount at one time and it had locked up my email inbox. And also, for some reason, certain email addresses were not coming through as others. And some voters were reaching out and asking questions, and that draw attention to us that actually, them knowing that they sent it, that we weren't receiving it. So what I have been suggesting, and I also posted on communication, that if you submit an application, the absentee request application, and you haven't heard anything in 10 days, you definitely need to contact the office or fill out another application or print out the application that you've already submitted. And I will mail or fax that in, or either contact myself or a staff and get if you're not able to do those things, to get a different email address to send it to. I'm not quite sure what reason, other than I did talk a little bit with IT about some type of quarantine that might have taken place. But nevertheless, I don't want anyone to pause or not say anything and feeling like it's gonna come. Let's just, at this point, if you have not received anything, please reach out to us, get in contact with us and make sure that you have an email address that we feel confident to give you, or either mail again or fax. I also want to mention that the last day to actually request the absentee ballot by mail is June 5th. You can actually request it to that date. I don't advise it because of the mail system. It takes a minute for that ballot to get to you. And then it's going to actually take a minute to mail it back if you're not able to actually walk it in. And the very deadline to turn in your ballot is June 9th at 7 p.m. at the main office. Please don't try to return applications to your voting precinct on election day. They're not receiving those ballots. They will instruct you to bring them to the main office. Also, when ballots are brought in, we do have some people that try to attempt to bring multiple. And the only way that you can bring a multiple amount of ballots in if it's an immediate family or someone that's disabled. So just be sure that if you can, if it's someone that's not immediately related to you, get it into the mail system as soon as possible. And also just remember, when you do bring it in, even if you bring it in, we are accepting them now while we're open with advance in person, with some people that still don't want to come out, that they can come by the office and we'll receive them. But again, you will be asked, who the ballots belong to, and we won't receive anything that's not from someone that's immediate family or that's other than the person that's bringing it, or if the person is disabled. Also, I want to give a big thank you out to the Henry County team. They were very helpful with making sure that we had the PPE items to be able to be safe and provide for early voting as well as election day. Also, I wanted to give recommendation based off the last 2 days. The first thing in the morning is really the heaviest time flow. But throughout the day, the peak times around, I would say 10, even noontime, which was unusual, is almost a 5-minute wait. So I guess mid-morning, afternoon are some really great times if you would like to come out and advance in person. Here at the main office, those times are very low. I was told that Mayor Manders, that some of their times that are better to come in was actually about, I think he said 11 and 12 as well. So those are some recommendations. Also, just towards the end in the advanced voting in person, it does tend to pick up with the amount of people turning out. And always remember there's a possibility there may be a long wait of line because of the extra social distancing that we are practicing. Let's see. And that wraps up my presentation. If you all would like to ask me any questions.
Okay, we thank you for the presentation. I see Commissioner Holmes and Commissioner Clemens, and then of course I've got a comment as well. Okay, so Commissioner Holmes, you may begin. Let's see, we can't hear you. Okay, Commissioner Holmes, I think you muted back. Please unmute Mr. Holmes, please. Okay, I'm not sure who's managing.
I'm here.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, I don't have any questions. I just want to commend Amika for the great job that she's doing with the elections. Myself and my family were in the elections office yesterday. We had the opportunity to vote. It was very organized. We felt very safe. It was clean, and we didn't have any issues of voting. So, Amika, that was phenomenal. I want to thank you, and we're happy to have you on board here in Henry County.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Holmes. Commissioner Clemens.
Hi, Amika. My question is in reference to the early voting locations. I know that we have the 2 that are open, Merle Manders and 40 Atlanta Street. Are the voters able to go to either one and get the same ballot, or is it different ballots at 40 that's not at Merle Manders?
They are able to get the same thing at one location versus the other. The 2 ballot types that we have are the combined, where if you didn't vote the March PPP, it will be included with the May 19th general election, which is the state and local offices. That's the only difference as far as ballots and being a difference of choice, is having the combined or either the May only. But both of those are offered at main location as well as Merle Manders.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what district they're in, they can still go to Merle Manders and vote.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and my thoughts are, I did originally request an absentee ballot, and so thank you for explaining some of the email challenges that we experienced and were able to get through. But I also chose to go into the office because I wanted to confirm and have my own personal testimony about the safety of voting and the experience in voting. And I will tell you, I agree with Commissioner Holmes that it was very well organized, the 6 feet distancing. The poll workers were wiping down the counters after every person moved, after every person voted. And even I was able to see what happens if you request an absentee ballot and then you walk in, and how you have to sign that affidavit so that there's no duplication of it all. And I do want to thank all of the voters that I saw coming in. The ones that were there when I were there were wearing their own mask, and they were being very respectful of the 6 feet distancing that I saw. But again, felt very safe, and just appreciate what you and the team and the volunteers of the poll workers are doing as well. Okay, are there any other questions or comments from any of the board members? Okay, well, Ms. Pitts, we thank you again. Welcome to Henry County during this COVID-19 and this 2020 election year. And again, just continue to let the team know what they've been doing. It's good to hear that they're giving you all that you need to make this as best of an experience, a positive experience for all of our voters. So thank you much. Thank you again. Okay. Well, we will now transition to our county manager comments. And so, Ms. Pitts, you're welcome to stay on. You're welcome to do whatever you'd like to do, but we're going to now move forward on with the agenda. So, Ms. Matthews, it is now your time for comments.
Yes, good evening, Chair Wood, Vice Chair Clemens, and members of the board. This evening, I do have a couple of county manager comments and some updates that we're going to be providing to the board. I recognize that we have a rather lengthy agenda, and so there were some things I was going to update the board on, but I will defer and wait until we have our next board meeting and or upcoming workshop meetings to kind of go through some other things. Wanted to make the board members aware that we did open our county building back to the public on this past Monday. And I want to just take the time to thank our facility maintenance, our risk management, and our Henry County DOT for knocking it out of the ballpark. Henry County should be a model for all other jurisdictions that are looking to return to work and looking to open their facilities back to the public. For those commissioners that have had an opportunity to view our county facilities, I mentioned during our last board meeting that we were definitely COVID-19 ready. We have signage that's been installed, plexiglass that's been installed, and a lot of work has gone into making not only the employees feel safe, but those that are coming to the county to do business. I will tell you on Monday, our tag office was wrapped around the building in terms of individuals trying to get in the building. And we had a number of individuals that were adhering to our social distancing and adhering to the policies that we've incorporated here at the county. The measuring of temperatures and then the wearing of either a mask or some type of covering on their face as they were doing business with the county. So thank you also to the residents who have been to the county building and adhered to some of the regulations that we put into place. One of the other things I wanted to make the board aware of is beginning in June, we will begin to or start back providing all of our updates to the board. Our Tyler updates, our quarterly report updates, financial reports, SPLOST revenue updates, impact fee updates, just a host of items that I've heard from the board in terms of what you all want to be aware of and what you want to know where we are versus hearing it for the first time, either at a budget meeting or when it's time to take action. So we will start back in June, providing those reports to the board. I also wanted to, and you'll notice that we have our fire chief on the Zoom meeting this evening, not because he doesn't have a lot of other stuff that he should or could be doing, but he is here this evening to provide to the board an update on our ISO rating. And so I wanted him to share with the board the news of where we are and to answer any questions that the board may have. And then immediately following Chief Phillips, we're going to hear from our EMA E911 Director, Mr. Don Ash, on our COVID-19 update. So at this time, if our communications team will unmute Chief Phillips, we will allow him to give an update to the board regarding our ISO rating. Chief Phillips.
Trying to get there. Can everyone hear me? Yes. All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to let me speak with you briefly on what we've done with regard to our ISO classification. Our last ISO evaluation was in 2012, and our department now is much different than it was then. When we were evaluated in 2012, we received a score of 4. Numerically, the number value was 61.1. Over the course of these years, with the support of the elected officials and support of the administration, the department has been able to make improvements in the areas where we needed. We definitely needed more fire stations for our 5-mile coverage areas. We needed more personnel to staff the trucks. And so we've been working on those things as well as some administrative efforts to help us get a better score. On January 16th, ISO came down and went through an evaluation with us again. And after that evaluation, we just received last Monday, as a matter of fact, we were reclassified as a 2X. Now, what that means is it's a significant jump from a 4 to a 2. As an ISO class 2, we are one of approximately 1,600 fire departments out of 30,000 that have achieved an ISO of 2 in the United States. It's about 5% right now. The other good news in that is that our initial score was a 61. This one was an 85.1. So we gained 24 points we are within striking distance of an ISO of 1, which is as high as you can go. Now, this is when I talked to my staff, I told them, certainly this was achievement, but this was not the end game for us. Our next step is to develop a 3-year plan so we can get to that ISO 1, which has even more benefit, not only for the county, but for any businesses and homeowners in the county. Now, this is not something that we did by ourselves, of course. It took a collaborative effort between the fire department, emergency communications, and the Henry County Water Authority as well. Not only that, we additionally, the support and participation of the cities of Locust Grove, McDonough, and Stockbridge helped us to get that number up there to where it was. Again, over the course of these next few years, we will continue to push forward with that. Now, with regard to a specific number on the savings on insurance, all I can give you is that we've developed a chart. Deputy Chief Wiggins put in a lot of work in getting that information, and it's an unscientific survey to get the information. An average savings would be for a homeowner about 6% on their homeowner's insurance, and of course it's also beneficial for businesses. Now that next jump between the 2 and the 1 is about 9% more. So we're trying to get to that as well. I'd like to thank everyone that Don's team, of course, him and Amanda that helped out, the Water Authority and everyone else. And thank you for your support over these years and helping us to get to where we need to be. I'll take any questions anyone may have.
I'm trying my best not to yell through this screen. Okay, board. Okay, are there any comments or questions? First of all, congratulations to you, Chief Phillips, the team, and everyone that you just made a mention of. This is awesome. Oh my God, this is good news. And again, for our citizens, again, please make a note of what that means to you and your insurance savings potential. So congratulations, but I'm gonna open this up to the board because this is profound, great news. So board members, any comments? Commissioner Wilson, I see Commissioner Clemens after that. So Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Clemens.
Commissioner Wilson is still on mute.
Yeah, I think he's trying. Oh,
How about that?
okay, thank you, sir. I'll be
Chief.
ready to unmute when you raise your finger, amen. Okay.
Hey, Chief, thank you. That was a great job for you and your team. So a couple of questions. You said you got a 3-year plan to go for a ISO rating 1. Is there any way that this board could assist you? I know money is a big thing, but what can we do to speed that process up, maybe get you there quicker, other than build more fire stations and hiring people? So what can we do to help you with that, other than fire stations and people?
Well, a lot of those things are already in play. We've been very fortunate in this government, in this county, to be able to lay some plans down for both of those things, for fire stations and for people. Part of it is just us catching up. Right now, we have approximately 40 recruits in training. That's going to go to our staffing, which is one of the biggest things that ISO looks for. A lot of people don't know that what they base it on is a regular house fire, 2 fire trucks with 4 people on each one arriving on the scene. And everything else is sort of extra. However, if you send everything else, you also have to have that same amount of staffing. So we're working through that with our staffing. We're working on our response model and how we respond. And as you and I discussed, of course, we're going to need to put a couple more ladder trucks out there, but we'll need to put the people on there to do it. So we're right on the right track right now, sir.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, Commissioner Clemens.
Yeah, when you were talking, Chief Phillips, I just kept watching Commissioner Wilson, because he knows I'm always looking at him when we talk about the fire department. So that's just congratulations. I'm really excited about it because I know that in the last 3 years, 3 of those new fire stations were in District 2. So we're super excited about that. I feel good because now I know that my district has coverage and well coverage, and we are looking to rebuild the station over in Hampton. So I'm excited, and hopefully that will increase what we have to do and increase our ISO rating. It's great news, and we're excited about it.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Thomas, and then Commissioner Barnes.
Say thank you so much for the hard work that you've done to get us to this rating. Is absolutely exciting. Now I can start bragging about you all, just like we brag about our finance department and where we are there. It's just another golden nugget that we can say Henry County is moving in the right direction. But thank you so much for the hard work. And I purposely waited to let Commissioner Wilson speak first because I knew you wanted to jump out there and say, yay, yay, we did it, we did it. But thank you again, and we are here, as he stated, when you think of what we can do to support these efforts in any form or fashion, let us know, because we're your team behind you. And thank you for being out there and having everybody up front during this crisis and making sure things are protected and that our citizens know that you're there to protect them as well. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barham. And then Commissioner Holmes. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Holmes. Okay, Commissioner Barham, if you may.
Yes, Chief, this is really exciting news. I kind of thought we would get to a 3, but getting to a 2, well, I tell you what, that's jumping well over the line there. And I want to thank everybody that have participated in this and all the people that helped do this. And also, I want to thank all the voters that supported Splash 4, because that was the direction we started going in when we voted for Splash 4. And Commissioner Holmes and myself was on the committee when we did Splash 4. So adding those 5 stations. And I want to thank also the voters that voted for Splash 5, because we're going to continue to move it in the right direction. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Barham. Commissioner Holmes.
Chief, I just want to say thank you. You've done a tremendous job since you've been here, and just know that we're here to support you every step of the way.
Thank you, sir.
All right, well, again, Chief, as you can see, we just again commended you, the team, the cities, everybody else, the Water Authority and everyone else. And Commissioner Thomas, this reminds me of another example of a county of excellence. So thank you all again for, all that you're doing. And I do agree, we need to thank our voters as well, because you helped to make it happen. So thank you again, congratulations. And we need to celebrate at some point in time too, once we get through COVID-19. Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Ms. Matthews, we'll turn it back over to you again.
Thank you. Thank you. I almost feel like I should have let Chief Phillips go right before the budget so that we could keep that momentum going. But Chief Phillips, thank you again for a job well done, for your entire staff and for the other team players that are a part of Team Henry to definitely get us to the finish line. So kudos and keep up the great work. We're going to transition to Don Ash, but before we do that, I forgot I was supposed to update the board on the intersection of State Route 20 and Turner Church Road. As you all should be aware, we had a lot of traffic incidents that had occurred at that intersection, and Commissioner Barham had been inundated with a number of calls from constituents. And so we did reach out to Georgia DOT because this was already an intersection that was identified as a project. We've been notified by GDOT that the signal will go live on Tuesday, May 26th. So Commissioner Barham, if you will share that with your citizens, the 4-way stop will go away and that signal will be live and active to the public on 5/26, which I believe that is next Tuesday. So the day following the holiday. So I did want you to be aware of that, and we'll definitely get something out on our social media page for those that may travel that corridor to know that they now need to stop at the traffic light because there's no longer going to be a 4-way stop. So Commissioner Barham, I just wanted to give you a bit of good news because I know you were instrumental in trying to come up with some resolution at that intersection. Now I will move into our COVID-19 update. We're going to remain on the peaceful and happy road here because I think the information that Mr. Ash is going to present is definitely something that you all have been asking for. So we will get Mr. Ash up and then I will conclude my comments. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Chair Wood, Vice Chairman Clemens, and the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight about our COVID-19 efforts. I'm so happy to be a part of this team as we work through this incident. The first case of corona hit the state of Washington on January the 19th of 2010. Okay, I'm sorry. Just got ahead of myself for a second. So I just want to talk to you tonight. We're going to share some information with you about our COVID-19 committee and the work we've done. Slide 2. It is good. Okay, thank you. So just want to talk to you and share with you some information. As early as February, mid-February, our committee started working, our leadership team started looking at COVID-19 and how it would affect our community. The first case of corona was reported in the state of Washington on January 19th, 2020. Georgia's first case was in Fulton County on March 4th of 2020. Henry County experienced their first case on March the 14th of 2020. Henry County first COVID-related death was on March the 28th of 2020. The formation of a Henry County's Corona Committee began in mid-February. It consisted of members of Henry County Board of Education, Henry County Chamber of Commerce, Henry Medical Center, Henry County Board of Commissioners, all four municipal governments, as well as our business partners and our public health of the district, as well as the county. So I just want to share a couple things, and I'll be sharing a lot of data with you today. As it relates to the state of Georgia, this is as of yesterday or today. Georgia had 38,624 cases, 1,649 deaths, 7,002 hospital visits. ICU cases were 1,584. And an important number to look at is that in Georgia, we've tested 378,156 people for COVID-19. So as we look at it from our emergency management standpoint and county operations, there are four specific things I would like to talk to you about in our COVID plan. The first one is our response. From the beginning of this incident, we provided the necessary resources to the critical public safety responders and our first responders and our stakeholders. The second thing we focused on was the flow of information to ensure through our communications department that we were sharing proper information with the public and our stakeholders as we go through this COVID-19 event. The third area of focus was prevention measures. The need to follow the social distancing and the shelter-in-place orders that went into effect. The fourth was our recovery, looking beyond our current situation and how we will move forward as a county. So let's talk about the effects of COVID-19 on Henry County. Let's look at the cases and the deaths of May 19th. Currently, Henry County has 628 cases of COVID-19, resulting in 19 deaths. The average age of affection for COVID-19 is 54. The average age of deaths for COVID-19 is 75. So let's break this down even into our cities and our zones. Currently, the city of Stockbridge has 155 cases. McDonough has 275. Hampton has 94. Locust Grove has 74. Rex has 2. Ellenwood 18. Jonesboro 4. And 1 with the inability to identify a specific city to tie it to. So this next graph is an important graph to look, where we tracked our first 2 cases on March the 17th. And as you look at the graph up to 5/18, we were at 624. So I can tell you that each day we get reports on COVID-19 and new infections in our area. So let's talk about some of the critical infrastructures we work with. Our Henry County Detention Facility. We're excited that we have 0 cases throughout our jail and our annex. And this is directly related to the work of the Sheriff's Department, their medical staff, and being able to segregate populations in their jail. Our long-term care facilities. You hear a lot of discussions about long-term care facilities throughout the state of Georgia. 3 that we focused on and work with continually throughout this COVID-19 would be Mount Carmel Personal Care. Currently have 17 cases resulting in 4 deaths. Laurel Park, 11 cases and 1 death. Most importantly, we're excited about the relationship with Westbury and McDonough. Currently, they have 0 cases resulting in 0 fatalities. Everybody has talked about the critical need for testing. I'm going to share with you some things that you need to know about testing. The process. To be tested, you can reach out to public health to schedule a test by calling 1-800-847-4262. But what we really want to focus on, and I'll give you the location for the weekly test at the Heritage Center, Monday through Fridays at 1050 Florence McGarrity Boulevard in McDonough. It operates Monday through Saturday. But most importantly, we're excited about the efforts of Henry County government in partnership with public health and our entire community to form a pop-up site that you can visit this Friday. What we're excited about is the ability that you can call or you can show up and get a test. The pop-up site will be located at J.P. Mosley Park and Recreation Center at 1041 Millers Mill Road in Stockbridge. It will operate this Friday from 9 to 4. So lastly, let's talk about this coronavirus. You don't have this. So I just want to talk about what we're encouraging our citizens. Throughout the country and the state, we know that this has been devastating to our community. What we would like to encourage our community to continue to do is follow the CDC guidance. Wash your hands. If you're sick, stay home. Recognize the importance of social distancing. If you must get out, wear a protective face covering. These things will help us lessen the curve, lessen the effect of corona to our community. Just want to take this opportunity before I take questions to thank you, the Board of Commissioners, our elected officials from all 4 municipalities, the county leadership team. We will get through this COVID-19 situation. And I would like to also thank Henry County citizens, community and businesses that have reached out to our public safety teams with meals, snacks, masks, PPE equipment, but most of all, your prayers and thoughts for us. We recognize that as we go through this. I'll be glad to take any questions you have at this time.
Okay, thank you much, and I appreciate that update. So we'll go to Commissioner Holmes first. I see you raise his hand, and I've got comments as well after any other commissioner.
I just had a question for you, Don. A few weeks ago, the hospitals were in dire straits. We got letters saying that they're at capacity. I haven't heard anything like that in the last few weeks. Can you provide an update on where the local hospital is in terms of capacity?
Sure. Absolutely. So we get reports daily from Piedmont Henry Hospital. Their cases have dramatically lessened throughout the week. I believe the numbers today were 9 total cases, 6 in ICU, and 6 PUI, meaning patients under investigation. At the height of our coronavirus a few weeks back, they had up to 17.
One last question. Regarding the curve, where is the trajectory of the Henry County curve and the state of Georgia curve? Is it still on the way up? Are we descending? What direction are we going?
From all information I see, Commissioner, as I said, we get a daily report of corona cases specific to Henry County. 2 weeks ago, we were seeing a number ranging from 10 to 20. I can tell you all the reports I've got this week have been less than 5 cases per day.
Thank you, Don.
Okay, any other questions from any other than board members? Okay, a couple of things. Well, first of all, Board of Commissioners, I want to say I thank you for the resolution that was passed because it did bring some attention for this additional site that is going to be beginning on Friday. So that resolution spoke volumes. It really helped the Department of Health to put even more attention onto Henry County. And then I want to say I commend Mr. Ash and Mr. Johnson as well, because obviously the partnership to make this testing happen on Friday obviously is very unique because doing a call with the District 4 Department of Health, he commended Henry County for doing something and establishing a partnership that had not yet been established by any other county. So that was really great news. I do ask that we as commissioners, we've asked for the testing, we put the pressure on, it's gotten some attention. So please do share with your constituents, those that you know, your loved ones and others, to please come for the testing on Friday. I've gone through it already just this past week, and the process is very safe. I appreciate what they've done, and I'm going to be out there on Friday again just to kind of just commend what is going on, because this is our opportunity again to test others, especially as we continue to move forward. So Mr. Ashley, I appreciate it. Will you speak to what individuals can do if they don't have transportation?
Absolutely. So they have the ability to reach out to our transit department. I believe it is on our social media site. We will be working through our transit to provide our at-need community transportation to the testing site on Friday.
Okay, thank you. And please do note that this is a joint effort also in inviting the cities to also come and include their constituents as well. Well, good job again. We appreciate all that you're doing in your partnership with everybody, Mr. Ash, and also all of those who are working in public safety, because again, I appreciate what the hospital is trying to keep us informed as well. So kudos to you again, Mr. Ash.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair. Have a good evening.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, all right, thank you again for the update.
Thank you, Chairwood. I do want to just reiterate that we definitely need the commissioners to share via their social media pages to get people to this pop-up location. One other point of information, the pop-up location is open for anyone. You do not have to reside in Henry County to participate at that pop-up location. So if you have friends, family, relatives that live outside of Henry County, they too will be permitted to utilize that facility. So I just wanted to reiterate that information as well. At this time, Chair Wood, that ends my county manager's comments.
Thank you all as well for all of the updates, great updates from all of the leaders, and we appreciate that. We'll now move into the consent agenda. And the following items are on the consent agenda. If there's anyone that the board wishes to remove, please let us know. The first consent agenda item is with Senior Services, approving a resolution approving the FY 2020 sub-grant contract with the Atlanta Region Commission to provide services to the senior adults of Henry County. The next resolution is regarding a resolution to the airport accepting a grant in the amount of $69,000 for the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, which many of us know as the CARES Act, and that's via GDOT for the Henry County Airport. The next one in transit is also another CARES Act item, and it is a resolution to accept the Georgia Department of Transportation 5311 Rural Transportation CARES Act operating assistance for elderly and disabled residents of Henry County. And then the second resolution on the consent agenda for transit is a resolution approving the Department of Human Services contract for FY 2021 for transportation services for elderly and disabled individuals. And then the final consent agenda item comes from Public Safety Fire Department, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners appointing representatives to the Region 4 West Georgia Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council. Is there any one of those items that anyone wish to remove from the consent agenda from further discussion? And it is a resolution to accept. Okay, seeing none, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion to accept the consent agenda. I see Commissioner Holmes and then Commissioner Barr. We got a motion by Commissioner Holmes and second by Commissioner Barr. Any further discussion or comments? All in favor, please raise your hands by six. Okay, that was a unanimous vote. So thank you all very much. Well, that ends our consent agenda item. We'll now move into our financial services update, which will lead us to a public hearing, which is the second of our public hearings for the FY 2020-2021 budget. And then we'll also move into the adoption, provided that there are no concerns or questions that the board has not been able to get addressed. So we'll now turn it over to our county manager, Ms. Matthews, and we also welcome in Mr. David Smith as he will later speak. So Ms. Matthews, we'll turn it over to you.
Yes, again, good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. As Chair Wood has indicated, we had our first of two public hearings this morning at 9 a.m. and staff had an opportunity to not only go over what we were proposing in our FY 2021 budget, but to talk to the board about how we got to where we are. Some of the factors that we've looked at, some of the things that we've evaluated, and to provide the board with just an update on where we are as a county as it pertains to businesses, revenues, and expenses. Yes. So I'm going to have Mr. Johnson go ahead and put our presentation up and I will get started. Okay. So as I mentioned this morning during the presentation, we've talked a lot about what's going to happen here in Henry County as a result of what's going on at a national level. And so what staff has done is we've looked at not only Henry County indicators, but from a from a federal level, what are some of our economic indicators? This slide displays a host of some of the key items that we look at as we talk about not only revenues, but how expenses will occur here in the county. As you'll see, compared, and again, we're providing to you all March U.S. economic indicators based on what we've had available or what's readily available. And one of the things we will do is bring back to you all, as new information becomes available, updated numbers. What I'm showing this evening is and I won't go through all of them, but you get a snapshot of where we are. Some of the most important items to look at is under retail and food sales. We had a negative 8.7% decline based on where we were in February. Our unemployment rate has increased by 4.4% to 4.4%. In February, it was actually 3.5%. And then you also see that we've had an increase in our personal income. Consumer prices have slumped. And then we have some durable goods and orders that have actually increased, with our residential home sales decreasing after another decline in February. Our unemployment claims have gone from 10 million to now 30 million. And then our first quarter GDP is that negative 4.8% after we had an increase during the fourth quarter of 2.3%. So what does this mean for Henry County? In Henry County, compared to the state, we talked again a lot about how do we compare and what impact will this have on our budget. And so again, these are factors that we've looked at. I've mentioned to you that our unemployment rate has gone to 4.5%, and that's an increase from February. And our unemployment claims have actually increased to 6,969. We did see an increase in SPLOST at 4.7%, but again, this is a result of just our March numbers. And so we're certainly expecting some decrease based on our SPLOST collections as we did kick off our SPLOST 5 on April 1st. The Department of Labor has already reported to the Henry County Development Authority that we do have 4 Henry County businesses that have applied for mass layoffs. Now, what this means is that they have not closed their businesses, but they have submitted the necessary paperwork to apply for those mass layoffs, which could result in about 341 employees being laid off. And that is beginning January 1st to May 18th. And so that's right around the corner. And we'll definitely stay in contact with the Development Authority to see what becomes of that. One of the other things that we also look at is while we do have 4 businesses that have applied for mass layoffs, our established industry companies have reported to the Development Authority that they are back at or above 80% of their capacity. And so while we have some factors that are definitely concerning, our established industries are definitely making some strides to get back to their normal levels. So then we also have to look at external factors that not only affect the economy, but also our budget. I reported to the board during our last board meeting that we had been notified of some state and federal opportunities and aid that would be provided as a result of the CARES Act. And this evening, the board accepted one of those through some CARES funding. And then we did receive notification from our transit director this evening that Henry County had received the CARES allocation in the amount of about $2.7 million. And so we're definitely starting to see some additional federal aid that is coming through to assist some of those much needed resources that we've already expended. Currently, there's still no certainty on future stimulus funding. As I reported to you all this morning and previously, the initial stimulus allocations that were disseminated to the various states, Henry County was not eligible to receive that funding because our population threshold was not 500,000 individuals or greater. And so Henry County was not eligible for that. We have been in conversation with our regional partners and with ACCG, and we provided the necessary paperwork to determine if there is an opportunity for funds to be allocated for Henry County to be a part of that. I did mention this morning that I understood that the governor was looking at various mechanisms on how funding could be provided to those jurisdictions that did not receive funding during the initial allocation. And as soon as additional information becomes available, I will definitely share that with the board. We also have to consider the state budget cuts that the governor has already announced for those state agencies, calling for a 14% cut across the board. As I mentioned, we do have multiple departments here in the county that do receive state funding, and so we will have to look at what impact that will have on our budget. Our budget team, in preparation for the budget, did follow up with those agencies, and we've heard from some in terms of positions being frozen and no impact to what the county's providing at this time that would have an impact on the budget. But I did want the board to be aware that right now it's 14%, and that likely could go up, which could possibly have an impact on our budget in the near future. Some of the other things that we have to look at is the immediate economic impact on our revenues, a slower economic recovery, and then complying with state and federal guidelines on phased reopening. You heard me mention earlier this evening that we have definitely done a great job of making sure that we are in compliance with the state and federal guidelines and CDC regulations as it pertains to social distancing, and ensuring that we have the appropriate gear and things in place for our staff and for the citizens to feel safe as they enter all of our county facilities. And then finally, a spike in COVID-19 cases may or could result in a resumption of public restrictions. And so that's definitely something that we will have to look at. Mr. Ash did provide a very good detail or a very good update to the board in terms of where we were. And it appears that while our numbers are definitely not continuing to rise, if there is a spike, that is something that we'll need to be prepared for. Also, we've got to look at, again, our established industries. I've reported that we've had no reported closures, but I want to make sure that I provide clarification, because I know 2 slides back, I mentioned that we've had 4 businesses that have reported to the Department of Labor that they will look to have some type of layoff. At this time, we have not received any information that there have been any closures for those facilities, only that there is will probably be layoffs within those respective industries. We've also noticed that we've had a 3% or less than 3% have contacted the Development Authority about any long-term viability. And again, that's for some of our smaller manufacturers. We've also had conversations, or at least the Development Authority has had conversations with our e-commerce centers. And again, they are returning to pre-event levels. So that's definitely good news. But again, that is an external factor that we will need to continue monitoring. And then we need to talk about our Henry County schools. I think it's definitely important. When will they reopen? How will they reopen? And then the effects on the county budget as it pertains to the Henry County schools. One of the things that I do want to provide clarification on is that we do provide funding for the school resource officers that are housed within the respective schools, but that is a 100% reimbursement by the Board of Education. And Mr. Smith will provide some additional information to the board, as we did follow up after some of the comments received this morning, and just wanted to provide some additional information on what impact the school resource officers will have on our upcoming budget. And then again, I mentioned Southern Crescent Technical College, Gordon and Mercer colleges. When will they reopen, and how will that reopening look? We do have a number of residents who attend all 3 of those institutions. And so that's definitely something that we want to follow, and specifically because we have a number of individuals that live outside of the county that participate and attend the institutions as well. And so that's something that we will be following. So as we get to talking about our budget, we have to get to a point to define, what are those critical items and what can we expect? So as we prepared the budget, we expect to collect $170 million, or approximately $2 million in excess of our amended budget. As you all will recall, we did do we did an amendment to our budget in January, and David will speak more to where we are in terms of what that budget amendment looks like. Again, our COVID-19 unknown factors will definitely impact our May and June collections negatively, and so we've got to be prepared for that. And so while we expect to collect $170 million, the unknown of what will happen in May and June is something that we definitely will have to follow, which is why we are being so conservative in the budget that we've prepared. We'll also have to look at some expenditures, COVID-19 costs, a modest offset from suspension of hiring, again, with the exception of public safety and some of our recreational programming that we will proceed with. We're also looking at only purchasing essential items, maintaining ongoing projects and capital needs. And then I'll also add to that we are putting a freeze on all of our travel and training requests until we have a better understanding and control, again, under what this whole COVID-19 impact will have on our county. While fuel costs have gone down as a result of fewer sales, we still do have our fleet that is out and about, and we definitely want to make sure that we are planning for whatever that future cost will look like. We recognize that our revenues will be lower. Again, recreation is a critical part of the revenues that we capture, and we've already had to suspend some of our programming as a result of COVID-19. I will tell you the no school resource officer revenues, that is a wash, so that's not something that we'll need to focus on. And then again, fines and forfeitures, we've definitely seen some form of a modest decrease on our fines and forfeitures as a result of COVID-19. So the next couple of charts are just bar graphs and line graphs, pretty much outlining what I've talked about this evening. If you'll notice, obviously, if we were to look at a 5% up to a 30% reduction on our general fund revenues, the bar graph shows you what impact that would have on our general funds. As you'll see, the worst case scenario, if we expect to have a 30% reduction in sales tax, that would equate to about a $9 million reduction in sales tax, dropping our revenues down to $159 million. And so what staff has done is just prepared, between a 5% and 30% worst case scenario, this is what we can expect to see. Obviously, any impact on our general fund budget definitely has an impact on our fund balance. Our current fund balance is $74,279,000. But again, staff has shown that if we were to have a 5% up to a 30% reduction in sales tax, what impact that would have on our fund balance. And then finally, the overall effect. This bar graph just delineates all of that information compiled into one, showing the board the general fund, the sales tax reductions, and then the fund balance numbers in the event that we were to, again, have reductions in sales tax. And then my final slide is impacts unless a recovery occurs. And David will definitely speak greater into this if there's specific questions, but if a recovery occurs and we operate the same way, sales tax revenues could fall anywhere between 10% to 25% in fiscal year 2021. Our fund balance ratio will remain steady at the end of the FY 2020. We could lose anywhere between $3.0 to $7.5 million in the fund balance by the close of fiscal year 2021. And the fund balance ratio could drop to 35% or below by close of FY 2021. In fiscal year 2022, we may have to reevaluate personnel decisions. And I think this is an important slide because this is how we plan every day. What we look at in terms of our budget is not for what we're doing tomorrow, but what will our budget look like in the coming years, and how can we continue to maintain the financial stability that we've held steady with in the last 3 or 4 years within our financial services team. So I think it's important for us to definitely talk about where we are in the budget, but specifically identifying where those key service areas are. And so at this time, I will turn it over to Mr. David Smith, who will provide the board with an update on what we are recommending to the Board of Commissioners for our FY 2021 budget. I will remind the board that we, and David will probably get into this as well, that we have had some updated information. And so David will go through that information with you all at this time.
So before Mr. Smith goes further, we're going to pause here. And I saw Commissioner Holmes raise his hand, so we'll begin with him and then again see if there's anyone else before we move to Commissioner Holmes.
Just a couple of questions, Sherry. Number one, what was the source of the data that you shared a little bit earlier in the presentation regarding unemployment? And also, can you define established industries? Sherry?
Oh,
Mhm. Okay,
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Holmes. I was trying to get you back on the screen, but I think someone's sharing their presentation. So the information regarding the unemployment obviously comes from the Department of Labor, their information that they've provided. And then what was the second part of your question, Commissioner Holmes?
he's muted, but his other question was, could you further clarify established industries?
So Commissioner Holmes, I will have to defer to the Development Authority. I know that their established industries are the businesses that we currently have here within the county. I'm sure that there is a criteria for it, but those are, it's my understanding that is simply the businesses that are here within our respective jurisdiction.
I have an answer, if I may.
Thank you, David.
So I spoke directly with Josh Finn. The source data definitely comes from Federal Department of Labor and Federal Economic Statistics. And then with regard to our established industries, we're talking about the ones that are like Drive Time that's here, Miller's that's here, Outback that's here, as well as Vision Works. And those are the ones that actually had submitted their unemployment claims. Of course, we do have several large manufacturing facilities that are still established, like Luxottica, that's there as well. And so those are the established industries that we have here that are not reported.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Holmes? Okay, any other questions from any of the other commissioners? Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Matthews, and we welcome Mr. Smith right now to take us further into the budget discussion. So thank you, Mr. Smith.
Okay, so once again, I'm going to begin with a diversity of opinion with my county manager, Ms. Hobson Matthews. She continues to use the word if recovery occurs, and I'm going to restate again, like I stated this morning, when recovery occurs. We are going to recover from this, but we are going to have to take some steps to make certain that we recover. Similar to what Don Ash talked to in his presentation when he covered the effect on public health and the steps that we need to take to make certain that we recover and flatten the curve. There are certain steps we have to take from a financial aspect to make certain that we as well bring in revenue and lower our expenses. I wanted to remind everyone from this morning's presentation that we did drop our revenue that was advertised not only on our website, but in the paper. We did decrease that revenue projection about 1.9 million. And then right after our meeting this morning, where we were talking about SROs, the Board of Education contacted us and we're dropping it again because the Board of Education said we don't need to have SROs. And so we're reducing that amount now again. In this evening's presentation, another $311,000 that we presented. So this continues to be a very fluid situation as our numbers change, not only from the expense side, but our numbers are changing from the revenue side. And so I want to remind everyone that this crisis does have dangers. The crisis does have dangers, but as well as opportunities, and it can spell either doom or salvation for us as long as we take the right steps. And so my projected decrease from this morning was mostly driven by unexpected declines in TABIT revenues. That's the ad valorem taxes coming from our taxes on cars. We also revised projections in fines, fees, and our investment performance. I talked to not having, if we had to utilize our money in the bank, our savings, then because we have such a large amount there, then our interest earnings on that would decline. But we still expect revenue growth, which I'll show on a later slide, from property taxes. And we are still continuing to experience success in our building permitting process because building, even though we're in this crisis period, has continued. From the expenditure side, you'll see us continuing to address services in public safety, culture and recreation. That's where we want to do some master planning. And in the transit area, which for us is categorized in housing and transportation. I want to remind everyone as we go into this budget presentation that our priorities must include some belt tightening wherever possible. And I'll endeavor to be brief in these slides because we did go through them this morning. We are facing uncertainty in our revenue shortfalls and budgetary challenges that comes from this pandemic. Sherry touched on the 25% decrease in revenue from sales and use taxes, which would be about a $7.6 million decrease for us. And someone had sent in a question, and Michael Harris reached out to me early this afternoon. So I will put up a slide later where I also address the month over month. And I think we sent it to the commissioners earlier, either this week or last week. Sherry will have to remind me, where we did a month over month comparison of sales tax revenue. And I'll put that slide up later where it talks to where we see our decreases. And I basically, because I'm very conservative by nature, I basically doubled or quadrupled what that decline was. This estimate does not account for revenue loss or property tax disruptions which may occur. And even though we haven't had to cover for the 14% cuts from the state, the departments currently that we have, they receive about $480,000 from the state. We've already incurred close to $1 million in COVID-19 related expenditures, hero pay, building retrofits, and protective equipment. We've taken some actions to mitigate these challenges. And those actions include a hiring freeze, not in primarily non-public safety positions. We may have to take a look at that and reconsider it. We're going to have an additional review of seasonal hires, and we've halted purchases of non-essential services and supplies. Now, what do I mean by we may have to take a look at that? Well, we may have to go through a period of what I consider to be forced frugality. We're enforcing some of that where we also implemented closing out our purchases earlier, 1 month earlier, in keeping our expenses low. And we may continue that. And I want everyone to be aware, we may continue that going into the first few quarters of our fiscal year. That may continue, that forced frugality. We are committed to investing in our employees. It's our plan right now to avoid layoffs or furloughs, but further reductions will be considered if we have an extended revenue shortfall. Plan is to continue to balance the budget using revenues and expenditures so that we don't have to utilize fund balance. We want to utilize fund balance solely for emergencies and one-off items. So what does that look like? The new number from this morning looks like $167,943,424. The key points to mention here that there is no increase to the millage rate. There will be no reduction in our current services. And we will continue to balance the current year revenues with current year expenses. Set aside the fourth judgeship, and we've also set aside something for necessary courthouse maintenance. Now, the fourth judgeship may not actually take place. We're scheduling for it to take place in January of 2021, but with regard to what's going on in the state right now, that may not take place until January 2022, the following fiscal year. We're funding our defined benefit plans. We continue to do that at the required levels. And we intend to pay for 100% of the 6.5% increase in our health insurance for employees. This is the slide where I talk about our real and personal property tax digest. We have not received our tax digest yet, but we have had information from our tax assessor. And I'm, again, being conservative because over the years, we've averaged a 5 to 6% growth in our tax digest. But I'm only projecting about a 4.2% growth. Because of the lost revenues, we're seeing a decline of 25%. That's almost to the end where I'm saying it's the most severe or worst case scenario. Worst case is 30%, but in this particular budget, we're utilizing 25% decline. No use of fund balance. We'd like to revisit some critical items to continue to invest in our employees, as well as continue to invest in our library. What does that mean? In January 2021, It'll give us the opportunity to look at cost of living adjustments, longevity, and library Saturday hours. It also gives us the opportunity to know what our revenues look like at that point in time. How are we going to achieve that? We're going to achieve it by hiring increases, reassignments of personnel that may not have anything to do at this time, and as we continue to see attrition and other organizational efficiencies. This slide is just a breakdown of what the proposed budget looks like and how it was developed. And the initial plan, just to be clear with everyone, is we amended the budget at mid-year. We started with 163,045. We amended it based upon our revenue increases that we saw at mid-year to 168,914,000. Our overall goal, and this is for anyone listening from their departments, is to hold everyone flat to their amended budget. That's where we're going to begin. Then we're going to transfer the monies that we received from the grant from LMIG over into the grant fund. That's not taking any money out of the general fund. It already exists there. We transfer money over into that grant fund. Here, we're just going to receive it in the grant fund and spend it out of the grant fund. There were several one-time items that occurred that we trust and hope will not occur this coming fiscal year. That was a cyber incident, which we experienced, as well as we had several large insurance claims that we had to take care of. Here's the detail of where we see the items taking place. We're going to cover 100% of that 6.5% increase. The judge impact at this time is included. That may change because I've already stated the state is looking at January 22 at this time. We will, though, do the courthouse cleaning, which it's certainly necessary. And we will, because our focus as a county is on transportation and parks and recreation. That has been very clearly made out to us. We're going to have some transportation planning, comprehensive plans included in there. The next few slides are what it looks like from a, I guess, the spreadsheet format, which shows our budget and how you see basically we're remaining flat from year to year, from our actual from 2019, the amended budget in 2020, and we're basically remaining flat, where we've been able to operate at this level. The same holds true for our expenditures, where you see the continued investment in public safety year after year. You see that continued investment going up there, where we're decreasing the general government expenditures, but making certain we focus in those areas we need to focus on: public safety, culture and recreation, and housing and development. I have graphical representations here on the next few slides, which we don't need to go into detail on those. So across all funds, which includes our enterprise funds, and this year we're planning to include our capital projects funds. I want to remind the board that they did approve a capital improvement list of items. We haven't funded it yet, but we do plan to budget for that amount, right, for the first year, for fiscal year 2021. So overall, the funds, that's about 218 million, reflecting an increase of 16.64% from the prior year of $31 million. Our assumptions this year are going to be the increase in property taxes. We do have an increase in personnel costs due to the benefit changes in health insurance and pension. And then we're going to decrease those one-time items that occurred. There were several departments that made their small equipment purchases in fiscal year 20. We don't anticipate them having a need for that going into fiscal year 2021. And then at the end, we shifted 1.8 million of public works items to the grants fund. So what are we looking at? This is what we're proposing as opportunities. We've developed a 5-year capital improvement project list and its related debt service, but we haven't funded it yet. We haven't funded it for the deferred maintenance and major capital items. So we need to make certain we cover off on that. And we also plan to control our personnel costs, but still continue to invest in our personnel. So today we're having a public hearing, and we're hoping to adopt this budget tonight. Chair This is a public hearing, and so I believe we did have one person that wanted to comment on the budget this evening. And so I'm available for questions and when you open up the floor for the hearing itself.
Okay, are there any other questions? I know there's one statement that I'd like the county manager to go back and cover that we covered earlier, and then of course we'll come to that public hearing comment as well. But just a couple of things. I just wanted to again, reemphasize again, Mr. Smith, that you confirmed that there, based on this proposed budget, there is no millage rate increase, that fund balance would not have to be utilized, that it does have some contingencies in it. And again, these are things that I think are very important to emphasize. But Ms. Matthews, I want you to go back and speak a little bit towards the furloughs and all of the other notes that were made to that we were going to try to address that, because I think people need to understand how it's taken over a couple of years to get to this point, the efficiencies that are being gained. So we stated about that earlier today. So if you can restate and educate the public about what has happened over the last 3 years, because again, what I also noted from Mrs. Smith is that we're not trying to reduce any services. So if you will clarify that and also speak to the longevity and the COLA pay as well. So if you'll clarify that as well, I think that would be good.
Yes, Chair Wood, to answer the first part of your question, the county over the last 2-3 years is we've looked to consolidate a number of positions throughout the organization. We've had a number of individuals that may have retired or left for other opportunities, and we elected not to fill those positions as we were able to either share those duties with other positions within the organization, or in some cases, we were able to contract out those services to help reduce the burden on the county, specifically for the benefits portion for those positions. We've also looked at analyzing a number of the travel and training requests that have come in, and we have made a concerted effort to make sure that all of the requests that we are approving is requests that is in line with some form of a certification or training that is required. But I think most importantly, the consolidation of the positions within the organization and some of our staff members carrying 2 and 3 additional duties has definitely provided some dividends for the county. The example I provided this morning is that David's role is that of a financial services cluster leader. And in his role, he not only serves as the finance director, but he also oversees and serves as the liaison for our purchasing department, our grants group, our budget department, and our finance department. And so he has 4 departments that he provides feedback to those respective departments, in addition to his day-to-day function as the finance director. And we have other staff members that are serving in dual roles as well. You also mentioned the longevity and the COLA. Over the last couple of years, we have recommended to this board providing COLAs, which for the public and for those that are viewing, COLA is a cost of living allowance. And so I wanted you all to be aware when we're speaking to COLA, it is a cost of living allowance that we have recommended to the board in previous budget years. Prior to COVID-19, that was a recommendation that we were including in our budget for consideration. But we did come back after COVID-19 and request that the board look at taking on the insurance increase for our employees, just due to the impact that COVID may have had on some of our employees, and specifically insurance and copays and things of that nature. So the budget that we're recommending this evening does not include any type of COLA increase for our employees. There's also a longevity piece that we typically will recommend to the board for approval. That is also not included in this budget. One of the things we wanted to make sure is that we had a better handle of where we were going to be in the next 6 months. And so one of the things that we heard this morning is that we definitely needed to revisit this budget in 6 months, which would be in January. And during that time, depending on where we are from a revenue standpoint, we can consider some of the items that David spoke to and some of the items that I may have mentioned, specifically the travel and training, some of the other items that we are just not considering in the budget at this point. So I hope that answers your question, Chairwood, and if not, I'll definitely expound a little deeper.
No, I think we're fine. Commissioner Holmes, did you have a question? I think your mic was unmuted. Oh, okay.
No.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. I'll come back after the public hearing. So I understand. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Smith to navigate us through our citizens who signed up for the public hearing. So,
So
Okay, I
Chairwood, we
have
do
one
have
question.
one resident that has,
uh-oh.
I'm sorry, I think Commissioner Holmes had a question.
Yeah, I had a question about the $218 million enterprise fund, and I just wanted to know: is all of those funds allocated or unallocated?
So Commissioner Holmes, the 218 million is across all funds, and it includes the enterprise fund. Of that 218 million, the 167 million of that is the general fund budget. The enterprise fund budgets, we have airport is at $1 million, Cotton Fields is at about 700,000, and stormwater is 3.5 million of that. So that's across all funds, and it also includes the 5 million that we have set aside for payment of debt.
So outside the general fund budget, the funding that equals the 218 million, how much of that is allocated and how much isn't?
So all of the amounts are allocated to each of the funds. If you're just asking about what is the unassigned amount in fund balance for the general fund, that amount is what we mentioned in, or Sherry had actually in one of her prior slides, the 74. But all of the other fund balances are allocated, specifically those for current capital projects, not excluding the 22 million in the new capital projects that we approved.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Holmes?
I had a slide I wanted to show, and I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out how to show the screen. I mentioned it. So I go to share screen.
And we want to thank our citizens who's waiting in a moment. So thank you, sir.
Okay, so can everyone see this slide?
Yes.
Yes.
So what this slide is this is a month-over-month representation of our local option sales taxes. Just so you get an idea of where I was drawing some of my conclusions from. And it goes from fiscal year 16 all the way up to fiscal year 20. The fiscal year 20 is the orange line, which is really up at the top. So I wanted to focus on that, right? And so between the month, I want to remind everyone that we won't see April's revenue until the end of May. We won't see April's revenue until May 30th, but we have seen March's revenue. And the March revenue was a reduction from our February revenue of about 6%. And because I didn't have April's information or May information, which I know we're now going into the last of the spring and then into the third quarter of this year, I basically quadrupled that negative 6% decrease because I hadn't seen whether or not we received any money at all. And that's what I'm saying. We're almost near we might be near the worst case scenario. I'm taking that 6% dip month over month and then increasing it. Does that make sense to everyone?
Okay.
How do I stop sharing the screen? Okay, we have one person chair for the public hearing that signed on for the public hearing. His name was Robert Kolpak. I don't know how to sign him on.
So our communications team will recognize Mr. Kolpak. He should already be on the call.
I am on the call. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So there was no Henry County government employees laid off during this pandemic? That was a question I had.
Answer.
Chair Wood, would you like for staff to respond? Typically, during public comments, we allow the individual to pose the questions, and then you normally defer to staff after all of the questions have been raised. Do you want us to answer the questions now or wait until all of them have been asked?
Well, why don't we allow Mr. Kolpak to list all of his questions? Is there a time set on public comments per person at all? 3 minutes. So Mr. Kolpak, if you'll just begin and just list all of your comments and questions, and then we'll allow staff to come back to respond to them.
All right. The second, is there any plan on fixing the Veterans Memorial Wall at Heritage Park? Memorial Day this coming Monday. It's kind of in rough shape. Just wondered that was in the budget. And then if a new development will cost $2.4 million to add 8 additional classrooms, how is that cost covered? I wouldn't think that the impact fees would cover 2.4 million at eight additional classrooms. And if we ever do get to hiring again, I'd love to have some more code enforcement and park and rec employees added. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Kolpak, for signing in and also presenting those questions. So are there any other comments out there or any others that have signed up for public comment?
Sure, there were no other individuals that signed up for public comment for the budget hearing.
Okay, all right, well, given that we've had one person to speak, I'm now gonna turn it back over to this, turn it back over to Ms. Matthews.
So the questions that were posed, were any employees laid off? No employees have been laid off as a result of COVID-19. We have a number of employees here at the county, specifically within our recreational program, that have been reassigned to other departments within the organization. We have individuals that have been reassigned to our elections department. We have individuals that have been assigned to some of the court functions. So no employees have been laid off. You mentioned the Veterans Memorial Wall. I'm not aware of any requests that have come in as a result of our staff for improvements there. So I don't have any additional information to add to that. And then you mentioned the 2.4 classrooms that are added. I'm assuming that is regarding a rezoning request, because we do require that for all rezoning requests, we have the Board of Education provide what impact it will have on schools. Obviously, if any development requires additional classrooms, that is an expense that will be taken on not by Henry County General Fund, but that is something that the Board of Education will have to plan for.
Okay. All right, well, we thank you. So again, we have responded and spoken to those that have signed up for our public hearing. So that concludes our public hearing aspect of our budget. So I'm going to open it back up to the Board of Commissioners to see if there's any other questions or thoughts or concerns. Okay, I'm not seeing any, but I do have a question regarding the school resource officer update that was given this evening. Are we saying that we're not budgeting for them? Because again, this is 2020, 2021 budget, and I hope that the school, will soon get to some level of normalcy, as we get through past COVID-19, but I would imagine we're still gonna have school resource officers. So I was confused about that statement and why those funds were at least modified or removed. I just need a clarification on that, please.
So Chair Wood, we are not budgeting for the 7 additional school resource officers.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay. All right. Okay, so are there any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion from the board regarding the adoption of the FY 2021 annual budget that has just been presented. Okay, I saw a motion by Commissioner Holmes. I can't see Commissioner. Okay, and a second by Commissioner Clemens. Are there any other questions or concerns, thoughts? Seeing none, hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands by signaling. Okay, that looks to be unanimous. So thank you all for your thoughts and investment and research that has been given on the budget, because I know this started months and months ago, and we appreciate all the information, the questions that have been answered. And thank you again for a much improved, it seems like every year is getting better and better with more information that allows us, and thank you again for all of the contingency plans that we have in place, but also continue to work on efficiency by also making sure that we're providing the right services to our constituents. So thank you very much in that regards. We'll now move to the next item, which is a resolution to adopt the financial policies. And I understand that Mr. Smith is leading that presentation.
Good evening again, Chair Wood, Madam Chair, as well as Madam Vice Chair, Ms. Clemens, and Commissioners and the Henry County community. What you have before you at this time is a resolution to amend one of our current resolutions, number 15-178, and approve and adopt debt administration and investment policies along with that. We currently have a fund balance policy that complies with GASB statement number 54. But we desire to make certain we maintain, this is as a board of commissioners as well as the county, a prudent level of financial resources. And our unassigned balance currently is accumulated at 25% of the subsequent year's budgeted expenditures. What this resolution basically does is to say that we want to raise it to 30%. Raising it to 30% from our current 25% would equate to another $8.4 million that we'd be setting aside for one-time items and emergencies, contingencies. It provides for stability, flexibility, and protects and improves our credit rating of the county. The goal of the investment policy is to invest public funds in a manner which will provide the highest investment return. And we still want to meet our cash flow demands and conform to all state and local statutes as well that governs the investment of public funds. Our debt policy is to make certain we maintain sound fiscal position and protects the credit rating of the county as well. Staff is recommending at this time that you approve this resolution to amend our prior fund balance resolution and adopt debt administration and investment policies.
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation. And at this time, we'll open it up for any comments or questions from the board. Okay, Commissioner Clemens.
Is this something that we've had before, David?
We've had a fund balance. We've had fund balance policies before, but
Right.
we've never had a debt and investment policy before. And so whenever the rating agencies are looking at us as a county, they're also looking at, do we have policies in place to make certain we're investing the right way and along guidelines that we should be investing? Are we making certain we maintain proper debt levels, and do we have a policy that accounts for that, or are we just making decisions without policy? And so always having a policy in place is very good. And so we don't have a debt policy and we don't have an investment policy, and I'd like to add those to improve our financial rating.
So if we have the policy in place, are we saying a certain amount of money that will sit in this pot for investing? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, okay.
Saying we need, so we currently invest in safe investments.
Right.
With Georgia Fund One, as through Regions Bank, as well as using East West Bank. We currently invest safely, but we don't have a policy in place that we.
Gotcha.
So when I'm here, I want to make certain that we have a policy in place to keep our current credit rating.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion. I see Commissioner Thomas as a motion, Commissioner Wilson as a second. Any further discussion or comments? All in favor, please signal by raising your hand. Okay, that looks to be unanimous. So thank you very much on that. Okay, so we thank you again, Ms. Matthews. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. We appreciate, again, you continue to look out for our financial stability as we move forward, but at the same time, making sure that we're working as cost effectively as we can to keep our taxes low as well. So we thank you for that. Okay, Ms. Matthews, if you can comment.
Yes, Chairwood, I would like to request that we take a 5-minute recess as we transition into our public hearings. We have a number of people that are a part of this Zoom video conference that we need to make sure we have identified for the correct case. So if you could just give us 5 minutes to confirm all of the callers that are on the call, so that we can at least try to move through the public hearings, making sure that we've recognized everyone who's been in the waiting room and we've admitted to the meeting.
Okay, well, we're going to begin back or resume back at 8:30 if that is okay with the rest of the board. Okay, all right, so at 8:30, please return.
Thank you so very much. Please remember to mute your phones and pause your videos.
Okay, I think I see everyone. I think, and Commissioner Holmes hopefully will join us as well. We'll give him another minute or so.
Chair Wood, while we're waiting on Commissioner Holmes, we have an individual that's waiting in the waiting room that has not identified themselves either by name or what case they are here on the call for, and they're on the Samsung SM-N9. If they could please respond back either via chat or send an email so that we can acknowledge who that individual is. We've just got to take all the precautionary measures to make sure that we are admitting individuals into the meeting in light of some bad situations that have occurred with some other Zoom hearings, not here at Henry County, but just individuals that have kind of gotten into meetings for some negative purposes. So I want to make sure that whomever this person is, we want to admit you to the meeting, but we definitely need you to either provide your name in the case that you're wanting to speak on, so that we can admit you to the meeting. And again, that is a Samsung SM-N number 9. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, we do have a quorum present, so hopefully Commissioner Holmes will join us back in a few moments. But this is our planning and zoning section of our meeting this evening. And as it's been noted by our county manager that, again, we requested those to sign in so we could identify the public hearing and also admit the individuals in. And so I understand I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Tucson Kirk to help facilitate us through the public hearing aspect. So commissioners, I know this may be a little different, but again, Mr. Kirk is going to kind of navigate us through this, through the hearings. And then of course, as we go through each one, we'll come back for discussion and vote. So Mr. Kirk, we will turn it over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Madam Chair, if you would just read the case as normal, and I will unmute all the participants in that particular case. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you. Okay. The very first public hearing that we will recognize is MC-20-01 SK Property Holdings 2, requesting a modification to zoning conditions for properties located on Jonesboro Road and Mount Carmel. And the request is to also allow additional uses, and this is in District 3. So again, we will now proceed with the presentation.
Good evening, Chair Wood.
Good evening.
Good evening. I am going to attempt to share my screen. This subject property is located on Jonesboro Road to the north of the intersection with Mount Carmel Road. This subject property was rezoned back in January of 2018 to C3. And so when the subject property was rezoned, it was rezoned with the conditions that the only C3 use would be for a hotel. And then there was another condition as well that stated that the developer would coordinate with the Georgia Regional Transportation Authority for the development of a potential park and ride lot. So the applicant is coming before you tonight, and keep in mind, please, that the subject property is this entire commercial subdivision. And maybe we need to get more information from our applicant, but my understanding is that this area that's indicated here is an area that is proposed for an internal access, storage establishment, climate controlled and so forth, but they can't develop such a development because of the condition that limits the uses, the C3 uses, to hotel. So the applicant is coming in for a modification of these zoning conditions. Staff has evaluated the applicant's request. We have noted that the subject property is the entire commercial subdivision and not just any particular area of this commercial subdivision. So we are recommending approval of a change with the 5 conditions that are in your exhibits and also exhibited on this screen with a slight change. So we are modifying our recommendation to say that for condition number 1, that the C3 uses may be permitted except the following: boat sales, RV parks and campgrounds, extended stay hotels, car lots, heavy consumer goods sales and service, and uses prohibited within the highway corridor overlay district. And Madam Chair, I'd be pleased to answer questions.
Mute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any other questions or comments from the board before we begin the public hearing aspect? Okay, let's see. I don't see Commissioner Thomas on this, and Commissioner Holmes, I can't see if he's returned. Okay, I see Commissioner Thomas. Is Commissioner Holmes back on as well? Okay, there we go. Okay, so are there any questions from the board before we begin the public hearing aspect? Okay, seeing none, we'll now begin the public hearing aspect. And Mr. Kirk, I'm not sure how much I'm supposed to say, but other than the fact that those in favor will have 10 minutes, those, and that's a collective group, and those that wish to oppose will have a collective time of 10 minutes. So I'll now turn it back over to you to navigate us through those that wish to speak in favor. And then again, note as we end that time when we'll begin to those that need to speak in opposition.
Yes, ma'am. We have the applicant, Steve Moore and Alex McCart here to speak in favor. Steve, quick question. Nick Williams or Tripp, did they show up at all?
I don't see them on the list here, but that's okay. I think.
And just before the applicant begins, who's got the time clock? Because obviously, Mr. Kirk, are you managing that? Okay, I'll let you all manage the time for us as well.
One second.
Chair Wood, I will have the timer up in my box, so you'll be able to see it.
I can't see that, so you'll have to let me know.
You'll hear it. Okay, we'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we may begin now with those wishing to speak in favor, including the applicant. So thank you, sir.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thanks for the opportunity to present this project tonight. 9 minutes and 53 seconds left. I think I got this. So I'm Steve Moore with Moore Bass Consulting. My address is 1350 Keys Ferry Court, McDonough, Georgia. Representing SK Holdings or SK Property Holdings tonight in this request. If I can share my screen, I'm going to just walk through briefly what we're proposing. This is, everybody I think is fairly familiar with the location of the property, but it is at the intersection of Jonesboro Road and Mount Carmel Road. And this is a fairly recent aerial drone photograph of the site that is currently under construction. It has been for some time. As you drive by the site, a lot of people wonder what that is, but it's a 24-acre tract of land. As Stacy mentioned, was zoned C3 several years ago with a very specific set of conditions. We have the site. There was some confusion early on that the whole site was the park and ride, because everybody knew this is the park and ride site. The park and ride is actually a small portion of the property that basically is in this back quadrant right here. There is obviously much more property that consists of some other retail or commercial oriented sites. So this is the park and ride site. These are public streets that are being constructed now. And then these are commercial out parcels. This particular piece of property, they've had an interested user that would like to build self-storage, but not your traditional mini warehouses, but self-storage in a type A type office building environment. That is what the basis of our request is. So the site would be accessed by this roadway here, and also have access to this roadway here. Would not inhibit access to the park and ride in any fashion. It's just one of the lots that was originally anticipated with this development. this is what they propose to build. They have a relationship with a couple of different franchises that build these types of, or that house their business in these types of facilities. This particular brand is what they're currently considering for this piece. And this is a prototype building, and they've built several of these. And this is just what they propose for this site. There's, as you can see, it's glass and brick and very nice exterior finishes. There's no outdoor storage associated with this project. Everything is self-contained, key card accessed, and really you wouldn't know it was, with the exception of the logo on the outside of the building, you probably wouldn't know that it was a self-storage facility. So that's the long and short of it. We're just requesting a condition that condition be modified to allow this particular use in this development. We've read through the staff conditions and we understand those and are in agreement with those. And that's, I know I can't ask questions because it's a public hearing. So that's the extent of mine, and I'll reserve my time to answer any further questions.
Okay, well, thank you. So is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Mr. Kirk, was there anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Okay, so now we will allow and reset the clock and allow anyone wishing to speak in opposition to comment. Again, that would be a total of 10 minutes for anyone wishing to speak in opposition. So Mr. Kirk, is there anyone wishing to speak?
No, ma'am. There was no one that registered yesterday or last night to speak in opposition.
Okay. All right. Well, we thank you. So that then concludes our public hearing aspect of it. So at this time, we'll now open up the floor for any questions or comments from the board. And again, if we can remove the, I'm not sure, but anyways, I can't see everyone due to the document, but if we can somehow show that I can see the other commissioners, please.
Toussaint, can you stop the sharing on my screen? Is that possible? I'm not, for some reason, I can't exit out of it.
Okay. Ms. Matthews, any advice or recommendation from our technology team?
Let me see if I can help navigate through it, Sherwood. Bear with me.
Yeah, I got kicked off. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I got kicked off there. All right, I'm trying to stop sharing the screen, but it's not cooperating right now.
All right, here, I think I may have just figured it out. There you go.
There you go.
Sorry. That was
awesome.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Screens.
Okay. So are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion regarding the zoning matter. And I see Commissioner Barham raising his hand. As the motion, is there a second? I can't see.
Sherwood, you have a second from Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, I now see a second from Commissioner Wilson. Are there any? Yeah, okay. Are there any questions or comments? We got a motion from Commissioner Barham, a second from Commissioner Wilson. Any further questions or comments?
Chairwood, Commissioner Barham actually has his hand held.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Barham, please proceed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I just want to make a couple changes, and I think Stacy kind of alerted to it, but I want to make a motion that we approve this request with staff conditions, with the modification of number 1 that says C3 uses may be permitted except the following: boat sales, RV parks, campgrounds, extended stay hotels, car lots, heavy consumer goods sales, and use is prohibited by the highway corridor overlay.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we've heard the clarification on the conditions. So Commissioner Wilson, are you still seconding that motion or? Okay. All right. So we had the motion made by Commissioner Barham, again, clarifying the conditions. And then we've got Commissioner Wilson that's made the second. Any further comments or questions? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand, please. Okay, that is unanimous. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will now move into the second public hearing, which is RZ 1905, which is General Holdings Unlimited, requesting a rezoning from residential agricultural to residential suburban for property located of the intersection of East Lake Road and Springdale Road in District 4. And again, we will now invite up staff for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Wood, Commissioners. I am sharing my screen. This location is at the intersection of East Lake Road and Springdale Road on the northeast quadrant. And this location is zoned RA at the present time. The future land use map, and it may be hard to see, but it's in a peach color, which indicates a medium density residential with a corresponding density of 6 dwelling units per acre. The applicant's request is for RS, which is a mixture of townhouses, and it was indicated that they were to be duplexes, but what's illustrated is not duplexes. It's actually single family with 0 lot lines. And I don't want to get too much into it, but a duplex is a 2-family building on 1 lot, and that's not what's illustrated. We are recommending approval of the applicant's request. One of the conditions that we are recommending is that there be no duplexes. So a public hearing, this actually went to the Zoning Advisory Board in May of last year, and they did recommend approval with certain conditions. Staff is revising our recommendations as illustrated on the screen and also in your exhibits. We've noted that the dwelling units per acre that's being proposed is 5.99, which is supported. This actually went before the Board of Commissioners in October. We held a public hearing at that time, and we've advertised for a public hearing tonight, and it was tabled at that time. So our revised conditions are on the screen, and I'll be pleased to answer questions.
Okay, Mr. Rudisell, I'm not sure in the conditions, but it may be good to read those off. I know there's a number of those, so if you would please read those off so that would be helpful.
Yes, ma'am. Condition number 1, a traffic impact study shall be required. All of the indicated improvements shall be required of the developer or owner. The developer or owner shall coordinate with the Henry County DOT regarding all access to the development. The Springdale Road access may be limited to a right-in, right-out configuration. Number 2, the subject property shall be developed in substantial conformity with the site plan provided by Moorbass Consulting named East Lake Springdale Tract, revised January 17th, 2020, except as otherwise conditioned. At a minimum, the number of rear access dwelling units shall be provided as illustrated. Number 3, the land use shall be limited to townhomes and or single family residences. Duplexes are not permitted. Number 4, the number of total dwelling units is limited to 184. Number 5, the development shall deed a minimum of 50% of the total site area as common area. Number 6, all townhouses shall be limited to 2 or 3 bedroom. Number 7, each dwelling unit shall have a 2-car garage. Number 8, each townhouse shall be a minimum of 1,200 square feet with an average of 1,500 square feet development wide. Number 9, dwelling unit building exteriors shall consist entirely of a combination of 2 or more of the following on all sides: brick, stone, and cement fiber board. Vinyl-based products are only permitted in the soffits, eaves, and fascia. Number 10, each connected townhouse unit shall provide a variation in architectural style, building materials, color, etc., and alternating roof heights from the adjacent connected units. Number 11, there shall be a mandatory HOA. Number 12, all building exteriors, lawns, and common areas shall be maintained by the HOA. And number 13, for rear accessed dwelling units, guest parking shall be provided at a rate of 0.5 spaces per unit.
Okay, well, we thank you for that reading of the conditions. And so are there any questions or comments from the board before we begin the public hearing? Okay, we see Commissioner Thomas with her hand raised.
Comments after the public hearings and along with my recommendation.
I'm sorry, said that again, Commissioner Thomas.
I would like to make my comments after the public hearing along with my recommendations.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, are there any other comments from the board? Okay. Well, we will now begin the public hearing aspect for this zoning matter. And again, there will be a total of 10 minutes allocated to those who are wishing to speak in favor, including the applicant. And then, of course, 10 minutes for those that wish to oppose this. And of course, then we'll reopen it back to the board. So, Mr. I'll turn it back over to you to help us acknowledge those that may have signed up for this public hearing.
Yes, ma'am. We have 3 to speak in favor. Steve Moore, the applicant, Alex McCart, and Neil Koval, I think. And we have 2 in opposition, Mr. Robert Kolpak and Ronnie Miller.
Okay, so how many in favor did you say?
3.
3 in favor and 2, how many in opposition?
2.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So we again invite the applicant to come back again, those with speak in favor. Again, ask for time left for those that will be a collective time of 10 minutes given to those speaking in favor of. So thank you.
Okay. Good evening again. Steve Moore, Morbaz Consulting, 1350 Keys Ferry Court, representing General Holdings Unlimited in this request tonight. Just for clarity, the Alex McCart, who's on in favor, works with me, may not necessarily need a speaking part, and Neil Koval, who is the applicant, is on to answer any additional questions, but I'll give a majority of the presentation. I'm going to do my best to share my screen again, and hopefully I won't commandeer for too long here. So this is obviously, I think a lot of you remember you've seen this before, and it's been some time going through this. But as Stacy mentioned again, 54 or 50 acres roughly at the intersection of East Lake Parkway and Springdale Road. We've gone through numerous iterations of this master plan, as recent as, I guess, kind of the beginning of this year, really spending a lot of time trying to customize this to really meet all of the expectations and the hopes of various groups. But we are proposing 184 units. These are townhome units. There is a significant emphasis on the layout and the design of this, the dedication of open space, all the things that we think makes this a good project. One of the concerns early on was about rental units. I think it may have come up in several of the public hearings even. One of the things the applicant has agreed to do to mitigate any concerns with that is to have these as full HOA maintained. Exteriors of the buildings are HOA maintained. All of the lawns, all of the common areas, everything is HOA maintained. This is an environment where you could move in and really not have to worry about maintenance. As Stacy mentioned, we are under our future land use map designation of 6 units to the acre. We have this site is very unique in that it's surrounded by 2 fairly large streams, Little Cotton Indian Creek and Wolf Creek. As such, there's a significant amount of floodplain that borders the property. That floodplain also protects the existing streams that are there. So we have intentionally concentrated this project to the road side of this property in the best way possible to take advantage of the dirt that's high and dry and preserve all of the balance. There's a lot of property in the back that is buildable, that is out of the floodplain, but we've attended, again, just push the development towards the road to protect that area. There's no construction in the floodplain. The floodplain will be preserved and only used for passive recreation uses. Approximately 50% of the site is set aside as that. And again, it'll be passive recreation and environmental features protection areas. All of the streets in the community are public streets. They'll be designed to Henry County standards. They'll meet all the fire protection requirements. There's nothing about that. Every unit will have access to that, to a public street. So we've designed this project with boulevard entrances at our two main, or at our two entry points. One is on East Lake Parkway. This will be probably have a 10 or 15 foot wide planted median that will run almost half the way through the project at both entrance locations. Along with that, we are in the highway corridor overlay. So as such, we're required to have a 10-foot multi-use path or sidewalk along East Lake Parkway with pedestrian lighting and landscaping with an 8-foot multi-use path, pedestrian lighting and landscaping along Springdale Road. So those will all be part of the project. The water, we're at this main entrance, the developer is committed to a monumental style entrance feature, a water feature, pretty significant feature that would have heavy landscape, heavy hardscape. This is just some representative examples of the fencing, what that might look like along East Lake Parkway and Springdale Road, the multi-use path, and the signage. There's a second entrance that is mentioned in the conditions that'll be subject to DOT approval. But again, the idea is to have that same boulevard entry come through there, and those same things we just talked about, the landscape features and the hardscape and the multi-use paths along there with another monument style entry feature at that location. Another key component of this project is this central roundabout. The idea is this roundabout will serve as a focal point in the community. It'll have a water feature built into that roundabout, heavy landscaping, and none of the lots would, no driveways accessing that roundabout. So it is significant. I think we think it's going to be really a key feature of this project. And that's just a representative example of what that would look like. There's a lot of amenities we propose with this project. We've got 2 primary amenity areas with open air pavilions, grilling picnic areas, community fire pits, dog park, playground, and then walking trails that connect the 2. And these are, again, some representative examples of what those would look like. So one of the things that we've done with this layout since we presented it to this board before is we have expanded the number of lots that would be rear alley accessed. And so this area shaded in orange, all of these lots, none of them will access the street in front of them. They'll all be accessed through an alleyway in the back. The road will still go in front of the lot for fire protection, all those things, but there's an alleyway that would serve each of these lots to really provide a nice streetscape in this front portion of the project, including the roundabout. And then in an effort to mitigate concerns with people parking in the streets, we have established 3 guest parking areas here as indicated. And in addition, there's 2 other ones here that would again just serve as overflow parking for guests and those types of uses. This is a representative example of the front facing or the rear accessed units. So again, these units would not have driveways to the street. It'll give a very nice curb appeal, sidewalks all the way out to the roads. And we think that's a good look. It also, this meets the intent of the zoning condition which was the articulating roof pitches and the variation of architectural styles between each unit. In the back section, these would be more traditional front-facing units with driveways out to the street. And this is an example of what those units would be with the 2-car garage door facing the street. And I believe that covers my presentation. Neil, do you want to add anything to it?
No, not at this time. I appreciate you presenting that.
Okay, I understand that there's another person that needs to come forward. If there's another person to speak in favor, please come down. There's only a couple of minutes left.
He works with me. I think we've got it covered.
Okay, so Mr. Kirk, I guess that concludes everyone that's wishing to speak in favor of. I want you to confirm that for me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at this time now, we will grant a total of 10 minutes. We will reset the clock for anyone wishing to speak in opposition. And Mr. Kirk, if you'll help us navigate through that, I sure would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. First up, we have Robert Kolpak and Ronnie Millers to follow.
Okay.
Good evening again.
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to say I oppose this development. 1,200 to 1,500 square foot townhomes and duplexes do not fit in a rural area. Development will lower property values and quality of life. I'd be more receptive if it was single family homes or even duplexes that are townhomes of 3,000 to 4,000 square foot because it raised the price point. A study was done, and this is where I brought up earlier, 2.4 million to accommodate this new development. And how do we offset it to get paid? If we do a cheaper route and let the kids go in trailers, would it be something that you commissioners would want your kids or grandkids to go to as a trailer? And how safe is that during a storm? I chose to move to Kellytown and Union Grove area. I spent a little bit more money than other areas in unincorporated Stockbridge, Ellenwood, and McDonough. And the reason why is I like the schools, I like the wildlife, I like the trees. When you start overcrowding schools, you start cutting down the quality of life. There is no reason for a millennial is not moving to this area. Let's face it, as Commissioner Clemens said in the last hearing, this is going to be Section 8 housing. And do we really want that in our community? Would you want that in your area? So I think we need to start listening to current residents. And the property values of $400,000 in this area, we do not need to lower them by $200,000 townhomes. If it's nice enough, people will move here and they will pay a premium. There's no reason to discount our valuable land. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Person may speak now.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You may begin.
Thank you very much for letting me speak, Madam Chair. One of my biggest concerns with this project is the access to Springdale Road. It's on a very steep hill. Entry and exit, when you make that turn, you don't have that much time to make adjustments for people coming in and out of that location. There's not a whole lot of room on that. If you rotate your plan counterclockwise, you should be able to put both entrance and exits on East Lake, and then you would eliminate all of that problem with Springdale. It's a very narrow street, and it's on a descending turn, and it's right at a light. And it's for somebody descending and running through that light could be very hazardous for somebody coming out of that subdivision. And I don't feel that that is the correct thing to do there, or make a wider entrance and make one entrance on East Lake. But the other thing is, as I am concerned with the emergency vehicles, but he seems to, Mr. Stephen Moore seemed to have said that they made adequate compensations for the emergency vehicles to get in and out of there. So I guess that he answered that question for me, but I am very concerned with the East Lake traffic as far as getting in and out for the danger, not for the residents that live there and for the residents that live around us. And after that, then that's all I have to say.
Okay, well, thank you as well.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Kirk, will you confirm that that concludes those wishing to speak in opposition?
Yes, ma'am. That's all.
Okay, well, thank you. And therefore that concludes our public hearing aspect. So thank you for those who participated. We now, I knew Commissioner Thomas had some comments just before, or made a note that she wanted to make comments and recommendations after the public hearing. So Commissioner Thomas, we'll begin with you and then of course open it up to the Board of Commissioners as well.
Well, I want to say that to the Board of Commissioners, we've had this project before us a couple of times. And each time you have pointed out certain things that needed to be present to make sure it represents Henry County well. And I have worked very closely with these developers to make that statement, that we need to make sure we bring quality to this area and not just bring something that would damage the area. As you can see, we put a lot of time and energy in designing this whole development. The first two layouts, I believe they brought me, I threw them out and said, no way, no how, we won't do it. And we kept working until we got a plan we thought that would represent Henry County. One of the things that that was stated was about the traffic itself. Remember, we're having a traffic impact study done. And hopefully that study would tell us whether or not we need to change those entries or exits or how we need to deal with that particular concern. The second thing is this will have a mandatory HOA, but the HOA again will maintain everything, which means from the painting from outside of the buildings to the irrigated land area to the common areas. The HOA will be there to make sure these properties maintain themselves regardless of who is there. So we shouldn't have a problem of seeing a decrease in property values there because we're putting in those provisions to make this a place people want to stay. In addition to that, if you notice, we added those amenities for families, and those amenities add to the grounds itself, meaning with the pavilion areas and the grilling areas and extra parking to keep people off the street. This entire project is being built around a conservation project or conservation-like subdivision, because I really do believe in protecting our environment and making sure we have green space for our children and green space available if something else comes along later. That when we are gone, they can see how can we improve this particular area. We have about 50 acres here that'll be left for green space for conservation here and making sure we protect the environment, the streams that are back there as well. I've had personal conversation with stormwater in relationship to the streams and the water flow in the area. I've had personal conversation with Mr. Patterson talking about what we need to talk about for our retention or detention ponds. This building is being required to put in community-friendly retention ponds, meaning these detention ponds, whichever you choose to call them based on their function, will have to complement the community with some type of water feature. It will not be a mud hole with 2 or 3 sprigs of grass in it, but it will complement the area and will be a part of the community and help highlight the features of the community to keep the value up as well. The other thing that we did by having the back entries for the front, we're making sure that we keep that roundabout area, a beautiful area, an attraction area to complement the entry and exits as well. So when you go into the community, you feel like you're going into a place to call home. We're not building a project. We're not building Section 8. We're building homes. And these homes will start in the price range of $250,000. We have some homes, single homes that are being built less than that in some communities that can be purchased at a cheaper price than what we're building these for. The average size of the homes, the heated space average size of the spa home is 1,500 square feet. So we're going from 1,200 to 1,500 square feet of heated space in these homes. We do have some rent style features, and that was done by my request, so that we can make sure senior citizens had an opportunity to have a place to live as well and not have to worry about all the stairs that are in from one level to the next level. And that was a request. That was not another part. That was not the original part of the plan. So we're looking out for the whole community, not just one group of our seniors as well. the HOA will have full charge of this community at 50%. That's at 50% capacity. That was a request as well, so that the people there can help direct how this community will be developed. I have communities now that are in the Kellytown area where they started out building one way and they ended up building another way, and people are just absolutely upset about the whole process. By doing this, the HOA can help with the developers and work with them to continue the process to make sure we're maintaining what we start building in the front, we maintain that same quality in the back. Let me see if I covered everything.
Commissioner Thomas, you're okay, or are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. So we're building a community that people will be a part of and not just something to come to. And a lot of extra work has gone into the planning and development of this to make sure of that. If you notice, we're building on a strip that has Kroger on one end, Publix on another end, Walmart down on another end. One day, I believe that entire corridor coming from the Walmart, from the Kroger on the west end to the Kroger down on the east end will be all commercial. It's going to happen. And we're building in a corridor that's going to support that as well. About 3/4 of a mile up prior to that are apartments already, which again complements what we're building in this area. It does not trend upon the whole rural area, but it complements what's coming and does fall within the land use of the area. And based upon those reasons, I am asking the Board of Commissioners to approve this project. I do believe it will be a good project for the community. I am not trying to compromise anything. I've actually pushed them to the limit to make sure and have stated we're making a statement with this project in District 4 and for the county, and I do believe it will represent us quite well. And I'm open for questions.
Okay, are there any other comments from the board? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So at this time, now the floor is now open for a motion. I'm sorry, did I hear a voice? Okay, so Commissioner Thomas, you have the floor. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion for approval of this project with the stipulations that we have put forth before this board tonight. The developers have these in writings and it will stay in place to try to be a guiding post for everyone, even our code enforcers or inspectors would know that we're demanding a certain qualitative level. So I'm asking for approval with the stipulations and criteria that we have stated before you all tonight.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Chair, this is Patrick. Before, I think it would be wise if maybe Stacy posts, if he can do a screen capture or a screen share and post the conditions so that everybody knows exactly what the conditions being voted upon are.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I can do that. Bear with me one moment, please. Okay, Chair, as the county attorney stated, these are the staff recommended conditions. There are 13 of them.
Okay, we're kind of seeing the map now.
I have to tell you, Chair, I have moved past the map, but maybe it's going to take a moment for it to realign.
Okay.
In other words, I'm looking at the conditions and I'm not sure how to make it realign any faster.
Okay.
Chair Wood.
Yes.
I have a
Commissioner,
comment.
I mean,
Um,
yes.
The conditions that I have in my book, Commissioner Thomas, does not have the changes that you made in them. And so I think the changes that you made have to go in the record. I know that you stated them, but they don't have them in writing. And I'll give you an example. You mentioned that it was going to be, you moved it from 1,200 square feet to 1,500 heated square feet. It does not say that. It doesn't say heated space. It says square feet development wide. It doesn't say, what you said was excellent, but it's not in the records. So they need to, staff needs to make the corrections based on what you stated. You also stated that the HOA would come into effect at 50%. They do not have that, Commissioner Thomas, in here. None of that stuff that you stated is in these records.
Okay, well, I've just read it off the corrections and updates that I had had
Yes.
a conversation with staff about. And I
That's
need
right.
to make sure, Stacy, that the recommendations that I stated, which is what we have written between each other, because Stacy has the same thing I'm reading from, be sent to each commissioner and be placed as a part of the record for this project.
And
And
this is
it
the same-
also sent to the developers as well.
Yeah, that's the same issue that we had before, because you were stating things that was good, like you're stating them, but they don't have it in the records. Again.
So I'm sorry, I'm trying to get it in a version that I could share on the screen. I have some additional conditions, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And as soon as I get them in a format that I can put up on that I can share the screen, I will do so. And maybe that will help clarify what those are.
Okay, so we need to see that. I don't know, Commissioner Thomas, if you want to wait, have them to come back, because when we vote on it, we need to vote on making sure we see what we're voting on. And it's not here.
Can Stacy make those corrections? Because he sent it to me and I do have it in email form. Stacy, can you make those corrections, send them to all the commissioners now and Steve Moore, so it will be done as a part of the record?
Right.
I have what Stacy sent me and I can share that if you want to. I can share it.
Stacy, if you'll remove your screen.
Yes, sir.
And I'll share what I have, and just give me 1 minute.
So while the county attorney is sharing his screen, I would just like to get some clarification. I know that we had drafted several different versions of conditions and so forth. I've got as many as 22. So if there are to be additional conditions, we can definitely do that. We just need to know how many would be added to the staff recommended conditions.
I think what she's saying, Stacy, I didn't add anything brand new. It's just that it does not say number 1, heated space on number 8, and it should say minimum of 1,200 square feet with an average of 1,500 square feet of heated space. That's a word that should have been in there as well. It does say on number 14 that the HOA will have immediately, they'll be transferred to the homeowners immediately upon 50% of the completed homes. That does state that in number 14. They're saying they don't have that version. I do on my version. I'm trying to think what else she said they did not have.
Well, so Chair Wood, this is Ms. Matthews, County Manager. Just as a point of clarification, the resolution that is prepared for the board comes as the recommendation from the Zoning Advisory Board. And so if you all will recall, this item has been tabled a couple of times. And so the resolution that you all currently have in front of you is what staff recommended, and then what was recommended either by the Zoning Advisory Board if they recommended approval, or by staff. So anything that has occurred after that zoning hearing, we will need to add that to this resolution. It's not customary for us to change a resolution prior to it getting to the Board of Commissioners. Even if the commissioners have talked to the developers or the applicants, we need to make that known at the beginning of or during the presentation. So the resolution that you all have is what was initially approved. Now we need to identify those items that Commissioner Thomas would like amended so that we can accurately reflect what how the resolution needs to read. So I think I heard from Commissioner Thomas, the 50% for the HOA, when 50% of the homes have been built, and then the 1,500 square feet of heated floor space as the minimum. Commissioner Thomas, what other conditions need to be modified, or does Mr. Rudisill have that information
so that we can correct the resolution so that the board will know what your motion is for.
He does have those, they're in writing. Like I said, the one thing, I have the updated version, and I really had to assume that you all would get an email of the updated version. But Mr. Rudisill does have the updated version. He does have what he needs to make the amendments. It does say on number.
Well, Commissioner Thomas, before you go, we don't need to repeat anything. If we can get a
Okay.
copy of what's there so that we can see it and make sure that it's clarified before we move forward. Because again, I appreciate the county attorney recommending that we put it on the screen so that we can see, and it also validates what Ms. Matthews is saying, is that we need to clarify what changes are being made, and it needs to be clarified now. So whoever has a document, if you can present that right now, then it allows Commissioner Thomas to go and clarify each of the conditions that she's added to it since the staff's recommendation. So let's try it again.
Okay, Chair Wood, I'm attempting to share my screen. Can you guys see conditions beginning with number 14?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is my understanding of the conditions that we wish, or that Commissioner Thomas would wish to add. And if that's not exactly true, then we can make changes.
Well, that is a horrible feedback.
Number 14 talks about the HOA, which will be transferred to homeowners at 50% of completed homes. Number 15 talks about the amenities. 2 pavilions, open air pavilions, 2 separate grilling areas, 1 community 5 pit, 2 playgrounds, the dog park, and a mulch trail. Centered around the area with hardscape fountain. 50% of these features will be provided. I was trying to read them. Should I stop reading?
Okay, so now I'll ask the commissioners. I think if you're not speaking, please. So the commissioners, are there any items that you heard that Commissioner Thomas spoke of that is not listed? Please clarify that now.
Chair, if I could,
Stated number-
it might be a good idea to, Stacy, if you can show conditions number 1 through 13 for a moment as well. I don't know if you can split the screen and show them all at one time or no, but I think it would be a good idea to have all of these conditions on the screen. And if the motion is to approve the zoning subject to all of these conditions, we will all know exactly what those conditions are. I don't know that they need to be read, but they'll be shown as part of the record.
And
Okay.
Mr. County Attorney, I'm not able to show both of these pages at the same time.
So why don't we do this? If you, we see the 14 through 21 items, and again, the one I know that was being really focused on is condition number 8. So if you can go back and show 1 through 13, that would help it on, although you won't be able to show them both at the same time. So at least we can get for the record as been recommended. If you can show 1 through 13, that would be just as.
Yes, ma'am. 1 through 13 should be displayed at this time.
And the addition that needs to take place is on number 8. It should have heated space, and it just have minimum square feet.
Minimum square feet of what, Commissioner Thomas?
Each townhome should have a minimum of 1,200 square feet with an average of 1,500 square feet of heated space, development-wide.
Stacy, if you will click on view at the top of that document and then click multiple pages right underneath it. A little to the left. There you go.
Okay.
I'm not sure those are the right pages, but.
Right, yeah. The first page, just for everyone's edification, those are the conditions as recommended by the Zoning Advisory Board in May of last year. The second page, beginning with number 1, is staff revised conditions. And then the third page, which is not illustrated, are additional conditions for your consideration. So I'm going to attempt to change this to take off number 1. And so finally, we're showing all of our conditions in the same view.
With the correction that needs to be done on number 8, make that notation.
Yes, ma'am. So we're adding heated square footage to number 8.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that I think any of the commissioners had question about based on what Commissioner Thomas made in her motion versus what is shown here on the screen? Okay. All right. So now we had a motion by Commissioner Thomas, and we were again making sure everything was listed on the screen. So is there a second? And I'm trying to scroll to see all the commissioners. Okay. Okay, hear it again, that we've had a motion and calling for a second. Okay, I can't see Commissioner Clemens. So anyways, Commissioner Clemens, can you hear? Okay. So anyways, at this time, we don't have a motion to move forward on. So we'll move then. Okay. So that concludes that public hearing on RZ 1905. We will now then move to the next public hearing, which is RZ 1920. And this again, so will you please mute your phones, please, to kind of help minimize any static. Okay, so at this time, we're going to move to public hearing RZ 20. And this is James H. Nutt III requesting a rezoning from residential agriculture to single-family residence for property located on the north side of Hampton Locust Grove Road to the north of Brindley Way in District 2. And we again will allow the presentation to begin.
Thank you, Chair Wood. This request before you is illustrated on the screen and also in your exhibits. It's outlined in green. This is Hampton Locust Grove Road. The subject property is to the west of its intersection with 155. You'll note that there's a rather large warehouse distribution center immediately to the north of the subject property and a single family residential subdivision to the west. The future land use map calls for commercial. Back on January the 21st, the Board of Commissioners declined to change the future land use map to low density residential, which would have supported the applicant's request. The subject property is zoned RA, residential agricultural at the time. And you'll know that along the intersection with 155 and Hampton Locust Grove Road, there's a commercial node. There's a grocery store, shopping center at this location. And the warehouse distribution location is zoned M1, illustrated in the gray shading on the exhibits. The applicant's site plan shows a 60 lot subdivision on 41.2 acres. And bear with me while I display this. So the area highlighted in green are buffer areas. It's a rather large scale. So we're looking at 100 feet in the back, and looking at 50 feet on the sides. The applicant is proposing to preserve the additional right-of-way for the future widening of Hampton Locust Grove Road. We're also showing 30 feet of buffering along the preserved right-of-way. So staff has evaluated the applicant's request, and we do recommend approval. The zoning board had recommended approval. And because there were confusion in previous hearings, please tell me if you can see conditions on the shared screen at this time. Or do you simply see the map? You can see the conditions. Okay, very good. So the zoning advisory board had recommended approval. We do recommend a couple of changes. Number one, we recommend a change in the wording to say that the dwelling unit building exterior shall consist entirely of a combination of two or more of the following on all sides: brick, stone, and cement fiberboard. Vinyl-based products are only permitted in the soffits, eaves, and fascia. For number three, we recommend a change in the wording to take off side entry garages where feasible. Instead, each home shall have 2-car garages and will be side entry, period. We're also recommending an additional condition number 7 and an additional condition number 8. Number 7 would regard the 100-foot buffer and so forth. And then condition number 8 would regard a restrictive covenant to provide to prospective home buyers in writing that they would be advised that the property adjacent to this development to the north is indeed a 24-hour distribution facility, and the appropriate language to accomplish that. So with that, I'd be pleased to answer questions.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board before we begin the public hearing? Okay, so at this time, we'll begin the public hearing aspect of this. Those wishing to speak in favor, including the applicant, will be granted 10 minutes, and those wishing to speak collectively in opposition will be granted 10 minutes as well. So, Mr. Kirk, if you will help us to navigate through those wishing to speak in favor and opposition. Are there any other than the applicant wishing to speak in favor?
I think everybody's with the applicant. You have Steve Moore again, Alice McCart, Mr. Jim Nutt, and Daryl Huff, and you have one person in opposition.
Okay, all right. So if we'll start the clock, the timer, we'll begin the public hearing, beginning with those who wish to speak in favor, including the applicant. And so again, we welcome Mr. Moore. Okay, he's muted and may need some assistance.
I am good. Good evening again, Steve Moore, Moore Bass Consulting, 1350 Keys Ferry Court, McDonough, Georgia, representing Mr. Jim Nutt on the rezoning for this property. This is another one that we've heard a couple of times, and hopefully we've addressed the concerns that we've heard the last few times, but I'm going to do another share here. And hopefully you see that screen there. So subject properties, 41.3 acres. We had some recent drone imagery done for this presentation just because it was relevant to some buffers that have been a topic of discussion in some of the previous meetings. But so a lot of this is going to be about that. But this is a layout representing what we're proposing. As again, as Stacy mentioned, R3 zoning, 18,000 square foot minimum lots, 100 foot wide by 180 foot deep. 60 lots proposed, 2 entrances to Hampton Locust Grove Road, and then this area where we've addressed and accommodated the future widening realignment of Hampton Locust Grove Road through the future SPLOST program. So the again, another view of the map in relation to the surrounding areas. There was a lot of discussion in the previous meetings about the buffers, really specifically on the western portion of the property adjacent to Wycliffe, on the northern portion of the property adjacent to the distribution center, and then on the southern portion of the property where it abuts Hampton Locust Grove Road, really just to enhance the look as you're coming down Locust Grove Road, because it is an open field right now. It's been I think a butter bean patch or farm that's been in the family for over 100 years that they've owned this property. So I've spent a little bit of time talking about that, but there is what we're proposing as a result of some of the prior public hearings is a 40-foot buffer, landscape buffer with fencing and landscaping that would really just enhance what is already there. And as you can see from that photo, there is a good stand of trees that exists in a majority of this area as you run along this property boundary. So what we do would just simply enhance that. Then there is on this property that's adjacent to the portion adjacent to the distribution center, there is as they were building, they were an uncomplimentary land use to our property, which was at the time, which is still zoned RA. And so you have, they were required to put a 40-foot buffer in with their development. And that's what really is represented in those trees that you see right there. And so again, what we've proposed to do is to enhance that by an additional 100-foot buffer on our side, essentially giving you 140 foot of buffer between that industrial use and our property. That buffer, again, as Stacy mentioned in those conditions, would be enhanced with fencing and berms and landscaping in a sufficient manner to adequately screen that project. And then we're going to also propose a 30-foot buffer along the road, and I believe the condition reads with a combination of berm and landscaping. So, and again, that's just to screen what's currently there. But as you can see it from this aerial shot, this is a pretty accurate representation of the vegetation that exists, you know, already in this area and somewhat on this area. So everything we do, we feel like will be enhancing what's already there. As I mentioned, we're proposing 2 entrances into the project, roughly where it's circled there. And then that's just kind of, and then this is the other buffer that we'll be providing. And this is a requirement just based on the difference in land uses between residential and commercial. So we'll have that. So this really will be very, very buffered, I guess is the right term, around the entire periphery of the project. That's just a rendering of what it would look like if it's approved by this board. And I'm happy, we'll get to the question part, but I feel like we've done a good job of listening to some of the concerns. I was at the public hearings when they were proposing the commercial project and heard the residents' complaints. And I really feel like we've helped, this will help mitigate their concerns, but I'll leave it open for more discussion from somebody else.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Please come forward now. Okay, Mr.
Hi,
Kirk.
this is Daryl.
Okay, proceed, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to say as a member of the Wycliffe community that we appreciate the board and the applicant listening to some of our concerns and having the change to the residential status that it is instead of commercial. So just want to say that we appreciate that and thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Any additional comments? If anyone wishing to speak in favor? Okay, Mr. Kirk, will you confirm that we've spoken to everyone or listened to anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Yes, ma'am. We had 2 of the 4 people speak in favor. Now we have Mr. Bernie Morrison for opposition.
Okay, so at this time, there will be a total of 10 minutes granted for collected for anyone wishing to speak in opposition. I understand we've got 1 person, so Ms. Matthews, if you'll help reset the clock. And we will now welcome that citizen in to speak in opposition now.
This is Bernie Morrison. I'm at 397 Gloucester Drive in Wycliffe subdivision. And before I start, I would like to say that I think we have 4 members on from our subdivision tonight, and we're expecting much more. We received an erroneous link or ID or password or something from the county. I would like to suggest that in the future, when this is put out, that someone double check this before the day of the meeting so that we can advise everyone that wants to get on and they can participate. Second thing I'd like to say is that I'm much more comfortable here on my sofa than I am on the bench there in the annex building. I appreciate that, although communication is a little difficult at times. The residents on Brindley Way have asked me to relay to you because they cannot be here tonight. They have a relative that's near death and they couldn't participate, but they wanted me to convey that they are 100% in favor of the rezoning. I'm speaking in opposition as it currently stands, although like Daryl Huff, I really do appreciate changing this from the commercial to the residential. And our concerns have always been effects on property values, water runoff, noise interference, and traffic. We have tremendous traffic problems in this area. The property values on the house size, one thing that concerns me is that with the magnitude and frequency of changes in our society this year, if something happened that this project were to fall through, R3, it could revert back to 1,500 square foot houses, although that Mr. Moore has stated that they plan a house size much larger than that. I would like to see restrictions on the house size that on this rezoning that would make anyone that's building there provide much larger houses. I understood in the previous comments that the buffers were going to be increased to 50 feet, and then later in the presentation, it seemed to indicate 40 feet. The buffer on the west side, we're concerned with the noise and appearance, of course, and a 4-foot berm is really, in my opinion, not tall enough. We'd like a berm you cannot see over. A 7-foot berm would be very nice. And it just states with trees. So pine trees, to me, would not be sufficient. Something that has a dense foliage all the way to the ground, such as holly, magnolia, or arborvitae, I would like to see something to address that in the restrictions. I'd like to see sidewalks included, particularly a sidewalk along Hampton Locust Grove Road. And the previous indication was that there might be 2 entrances because of the traffic problems. Please limit this to just 1 entrance in and out of there. I spoke with our commissioner about that, and she assured me that she would address some of these issues. And so now I will stand down and let the board discuss this, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate you also dialing in, and we do regret those technical issues, but they are very well noted. So at this time, Mr. Kirk, will you confirm that we have concluded those who are now signed on to speak in opposition?
Yes, ma'am. We're concluded.
Okay. So again, thank you, citizens, for signing in and speaking, and those that are tuning in. And so that concludes our public hearing at this point. We will now open this up for any questions or comments from the board to the applicant or to anyone regarding this public hearing matter. So the floor is now open to the board. Any
Is this better for me? This is Commissioner Clemens. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so you guys, commissioners, you all have a list of conditions that's in the book that staff has recommended that the applicant did not go over. And I'm sure that's why my constituents of District 2 are concerned, because he did not mention those planning staff recommendations and the changes that are there. I do want to cover those changes and have you, Stacy, to put them on the screen for the residents that are on there. Again, we have made sure in District 2 that we've had more than one conversation and meeting in reference to this property. Mr. Bernie and the rest of the Wycliffe staff, I appreciate you guys for working with me, saying exactly what you wanted in your backyard. If Steve Moore would put back up that presentation that showed the outline of where the berms were and where the 6-foot high berm tall privacy fence will be constructed. and the 40 feet buffers was, if you would put that back up.
And Commissioner, if I could, while the applicant's putting that on the screen, let me just apologize for misspeaking. I said, just as the citizen alluded to, that it was a 50-foot buffer on either side. It's
Yes.
not. It's a 40-foot buffer on either side.
Okay. And it's actually 140. We increased it by 100 on that backside. So the backside should have a 140 feet buffer. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. There's a 100-foot buffer on the subject property, and there's a 40-foot buffer on the warehousing distribution property.
Okay, and on the west side where Wycliffe is, there's already a buffer there of tree lines, correct?
There may be some existing vegetation, but where that existing vegetation is not adequate, the developer will have to
add an additional 40.
Yes.
Okay, so there's an additional 40 on the west side. Make it, okay, and in the back, there's 140 buffer. And then on the east side, we add another 40. Okay. Right. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that the planning staff recommends the following changes. Commissioners, you guys have those changes in your book there. And Stacy, you can put them up, and they should have been public. Weren't these additional changes public, or were they not?
They were not.
I've not seen them.
But I'd be pleased to display what I have, Commissioner.
Okay, well, we can read each one of them. So first of all, let's start with all homes shall consist of all sides are going to be brick, stone, and stucco. All houses shall be built on site, no modulars. Each home shall have a 2-car garage. Where the applicant asks that would be where feasible, every home in this subdivision has to have a side entry garage. There should be a 40-foot buffer with a combination of fencing and landscaping along the western property line. So with the 40-foot buffer, you also have to include fencing and landscaping on the side where the Wycliffe subdivision is. There should be a 30-foot buffer along the Hampton Locust Grove Road, which should consist of a berm and landscaping. That was from the developer and the additional ones. And we'll go back to that Hampton Locust Grove Road because I know that I added sidewalks completely down the front of that entrance, going all the way to where the property starts before the Publix to address the traffic so that people don't have to drive from that subdivision to the Publix, but there's actually a sidewalk where they will be able to walk. And I'll get to that condition because that is a condition on here. So number 1 of planning staff recommendations and Wycliffe subdivision, those of you that are on here, please make your notes so that if there's questions about these, we can go back and cover them. There's a dwelling unit building exterior shall consist entirely of combination of 2 or more sides, brick, stone, and cement fiberboard. We talked about all side entry garages. We talked about the buffers. There's going to be a restrictive covenant. And so let me be very clear on this. The Wycliffe subdivision and many of those subdivisions that are around the warehouse areas have complained about the noise from the 24-hour distribution center down there. And I think it's been a very serious disjustice to the people who have purchased homes in that area that they did not know that. So what I've requested in these conditions is that there will be a restrictive covenant and it shall be recorded on the subject's property and shall be included in the development plans when the owner signs for their home, that their home is purchased and advised that this property is adjacent to the development of a 24-hour distribution facility with all of the related noise thereof, so that when the person purchases this home, it has to be disclosed to them in the covenants that their 24-hour distribution center is right there in their backyard. And so we made sure that that was there. Additional conditions that are on your paperwork, commissioners, is that every home has to be a minimum of 2,800 square feet heated space. And we all know that if a home is 2,800 square feet heated space, that traditionally the owners would have to at least have an income level of $90,000 or higher. All homes shall have a minimum of 2-foot brick or stone water table on all 4 sides. There should be sidewalks related to improvements along the Hampton Locust Grove Road, meeting the equivalent requirements of the 10-foot wide highway corridor overlay district sidewalks. So not just little sidewalks. We want to make sure that they can ride bikes down from the subdivision to the Publix. There should be a mandatory homeowners association. The entranceway shall include a 15 feet or 20 feet wide brick and or stone monumental signage on both sides. And this subdivision must sit 30 feet back from that so that you don't even see the houses from the street. You got to drive down into this subdivision with vegetation and a design on the front side of it. And that amenities shall include a minimum of a central mailbox facility and at minimum a clubhouse into this subdivision. So all of these subdivisions, all of these conditions are written. That's what you see before you, commissioners. That's what the public sees before them. And I think that this will give us what we need down in the District 2 Wycliffe area to assure that these homes are higher than what we have around in that area. And I know that across the street, there's a R1 zoning. So I wanted to make sure that this subdivision was above par.
Okay. Well, thank you. So are there, thank you, Commissioner Clemens, and thank you for making sure we had the latest conditions shown. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
We did, Stacy, can you mention what type of trees we have in 7? We talked about the trees. I know that we wanted to make sure that the trees that they plant have to start at a minimum of 25 feet at maturity, like they've got to get to be 25 feet minimum to be planted on this property, but and they have to start at 6 feet tall and plus include a privacy fence. So I know some of the, I know Bernie wanted to know what type of trees. So I don't think that we mentioned, we just said evergreen trees of a variety approved by the, and they have to be approved by the building and plan review.
Yes, ma'am. So we made sure to add that language that it's not just evergreen trees, but it's evergreen trees that's approved by the Building and Plan Review Department. So they're going to look to our Unified Land Development Code and the buffer section for the species of trees that can be approved. And I have to tell you that it's very typical for the buffers to include Leland cypresses, but we would not approve regular pine trees and so forth.
Right. And I want to say to the applicant, because I know they got really, really frustrated with the process that we have set up in District 2, and that is that we would have a variety of meetings with the residents to make sure that we were all on the same page. And I wanted to make sure that we had that covered. Patrick, I have a question in reference to the trees, because I know that we have trees that are going to be on the subject's property, but if the trees die or fall over, is that on the homeowners association in that community or the community that it's adjacent to?
Well, I mean, any landscaping on your property is your responsibility. I mean, if a tree falls, there's a lot of, I guess if the question is who's responsible for maintaining
the trees, yeah.
The landscaping, in the absence of an agreement, it would be the person on whose property it sits.
Okay.
So if there's going to be an agreement among those associations, they could agree to do whatever they wanted. But in the absence of an agreement, whoever's boundaries those landscaping features are within would be responsible for maintaining.
I asked that question because I know that we have this western part of the property that backs up to Wycliffe, but that's why we made sure that there was a 40-feet buffer, and there's already a buffer that's on Wycliffe's property. And then we add an additional 40. The trees won't be, they will mature at 25 feet. So even if they fall, I don't, expect them to touch the Wycliffe's property. So we should be good. Thank you.
Can I ask a question at some point?
Who's speaking?
Steve.
Well, we're in the Board of Commissioners conversation at this point, unless Commissioner Clemens, is up to you whether you want to acknowledge that.
No, we're good. I mean, the applicant can either decide to accept the conditions or not, if that's what the concern is, but those are
I'm
the
just asking for a clarification on one of them was all.
Okay, let's do that. That's fair.
So I got to show my screen so I can understand what we're doing. This area right here is future right of way that has to go to Splost. So where does the sidewalk go? I got a 30-foot buffer that's off of a future right of way. Does the sidewalk go over here and then end right there? Or does it go over here and then get torn out when that road gets built? And I'm just really, that's what I think is worth clarifying, because we don't want to put it in the wrong place.
Well, the sidewalk needs to extend it to the extent of where it's of the builder's property.
So
We will work with them because we do have a sidewalk plan for District 2. So I think that's where they come back in and work with the county to make sure that we work together on that sidewalk plan there. But under no circumstances do I want to have another subdivision where people stay next door to a grocery store and they don't have pedestrian access to walk to the grocery store. So plan to do it all the way across, and then the developers can work with the county on the sidewalk that goes into the right of way.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you, Commissioner Clemens. And if we can remove the document and so that I can see the screen, that would be great of all commissioners. Okay, so are there any questions or comments from the commissioner? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Move to approve with the conditions that are before the board and that have been placed on the screen.
Okay, there is a motion. There's a second. Any further questions or comments? All in favor, please raise your hand by raising your hands, please. Okay, that looks to be unanimous. Okay, all right. Well,
I was having some technical difficulties on Commissioner Thomas' post. I was trying to ask Commissioner Thomas, was she willing to take those townhomes up to at least 1950 square feet to 2,800 square feet? I wasn't comfortable with the 1,200 square feet. So I don't know how we do that. I don't know if that has to come back. I don't know if that's something that she has to talk to the developers about, but every time I turned it on, we was getting the feedback when I was trying to speak. So I don't know.
All right. So I'm gonna kind of get some advice from our county attorney on how to navigate that question there. So Mr. Jockstetter, can you give us some advice on regarding that, considering some of the technical difficulties that we had? So, because we
I
closed
don't
that.
think there's any problem with Commissioner Clemens asking Commissioner Thomas that question. If it's the board's desire to revisit the rezoning, I think you could do that. I think you would ask the board to vote to revisit it. And if the board votes to do so, you could go back and revisit that decision. I think
none of the
we
other
have to be a little flexible.
none of the other commissioners seconded or came back afterwards, and I think that we didn't really have a discussion about it. So that was the discussion. I don't know what the other commissioners' concern was, but I think at some point it keeps coming back. We need to talk about what our concerns are, and I wanted to make it very public that my concern is that it's a 1,200 square feet townhome. I would like to see 1950 to 2,800. I'm really all about keeping high values in the unincorporated Henry County part of our community. I think that, the cities have enough smaller units, but at some point, how do we make sure that we keep a high value in the community? And you do that by square feet and how you build the homes.
Yeah, well, let's do this. Commissioner Thomas, did you want to respond to that? And if so, then we can go back and amend the agenda to bring it back for further discussion if the board decides to vote to amend the agenda to bring it back. So Commissioner Thomas, your thoughts before we decide whether or not we're going to amend the agenda or not. If someone can unmute Commissioner Thomas. Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
I want to thank Commissioner Clemens for at least expressing her concerns. There is no way you can ever make adjustments in your plans in how to grow a county when all you get is silence and not any feedback. So I want to thank you, Commissioner Clemens, for at least letting me know what your concerns were. When we did this before, we addressed everyone's concern because they were even smaller than that. And we brought them up to 1,500. But if I could finish, I want to not bring it back before the Board of Commissioners tonight. It is my belief that this board does not really want to entertain townhomes at this point in time and this point in juncture. So thank you. I'm just saying thank you for her for letting me know what her concerns were. And I will just let it go as it is now, not bring it back. But thank you, Commissioner Clemens.
Okay.
Well, I'm kind of like Commissioner Clemens. There was silence, but I was glad to hear that the duplexes were not included. I, as a chair, usually do not make a motion of a second on planning and zoning matters. It didn't get a second, but I definitely would have been interested in it getting higher square footage. So we'll respect your decision, Commissioner Thomas, because I thought it was a good. Okay. All right. Well, we will move forward, and that concludes all of our public hearings for this evening. Because the public hearing that was previously publicized, RZ 1922 and RZ 1921, were postponed until further notice. And then we will now move into the next item, which is our SPLOST item, and that too was recommended to be postponed at the beginning of our meeting. So that has been postponed until further notice. And then now we'll move into the next Board of Commissioners items, which is the first one is a resolution authorizing staff to solicit engineering proposals for the Bethlehem Road interchange. And I understand Ms. Matthews and Mr. Rocky Romero will be making that presentation.
Good evening, Chair.
Good evening.
And board members. The new interchange on I-75 south of State Route 155 is an approved countywide SPLOST-4 project. A feasibility study and an interchange justification report has been completed. The next step will be to design the new interchange, which will be located near the Bethlehem Road. Design proposals were received last year, and a resolution was brought up to the Board of Commissioners, but it was not approved. The staff is requesting authorization now, again, from the Board of Commissioners to proceed with the solicitation of the design proposals for this project. And that's our recommendation. We would like to move forward, and I would take any question at this time from any of the board members.
Okay, I see Commissioner Wilson's hand. So Commissioner Wilson.
Can't hear.
Okay, so if someone can help you, Commissioner Wilson, that would be great. Okay, thank you. We can hear you now.
Okay, hey, Rocky, got a couple questions. On the last bid, I think we had 6 phases of that bid. And I think some of the concerns were putting all those phases out for one money. And I think some of the concerns was to break them up. So we've had that conversation. So can you tell me how we can do that and break those sections of the bid up and put a price tag on each section of the bid?
Yes, Commissioner. So what we can do this time is when we put out the request for proposals, there's 6 task orders, and those are surveying, concept, environmental, preliminary plans, right-of-way plans, and final plans. So what we can do is put a stipulation in the RFQ that the consultant shall only do the first 3 tasks, which are the surveying, concept, and environmental. Because once we have an environmental complete and approved by a federal highway, then we can move to the other 3 phases. But we don't want to give we want to get to that point before we move to the next 3 task orders. So we can put that in the RFQ. That way the consultant understand that if by any chance we don't have an approval, the project ends. So we're not going to spend all the money. So for example, last time the bid was, or the cost was around $4,192,000, I believe. So if the first 3 task order was 1.5 million, that's all we would spend. We would not go beyond that. If it didn't pass, hopefully it will pass. I think environmental is definitely a concern, but there's ways to mitigate. As far as I've been working here in SPLOST for over 17 years, 18 years, and every time we have environmental impacts, we've been able to mitigate those so far. So I haven't had an issue of that in the past.
Okay, that way, if you could set it up that way, I think we could get, we can move forward on that. So thank you.
All right, are there any other questions from other board members?
This is Commissioner Clemens. I don't know. I'm trying to get them to show my picture. I'm having an issue, but can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So Rocky, that was my concern. And I have talked to Commissioner Wilson about that. What is that amount? Because the issue that I have is that we shouldn't bid out $5 million without the approval. So I think we still need to break it up and not do the whole amount without the approval of the Federal Highway Authority. And I'll stick firm to that. I think we need to just, if we're gonna do the environmental part, just to see what we're dealing with environmental, we should only do that. And have we even gotten the land picked out? Whose land is this that we're doing the environmental study on?
We don't know yet, Commissioner. That's the reason we have to have a concept. And in order to get the concept, you have to have surveying and also environmental. So those are the 3 steps that you just cannot just go there and we're just gonna do environmental. We have to do the survey and the concept in order to get the environmental.
So what I would like to see tonight is what is the amount for the survey and the concept? We need to break it down to phases. Let's just do the design and whatever that first phase is and the concept. And we can't put the environmental out there for bid when we don't even know what land we're doing environmental on.
Well, that's the whole process. You have to have a concept, and we have some concept. Now we don't have a concept that is approved by, tied down, that is the exact location. We have a near location, which we know is going to be Bethlehem Road. So you need to have the concept, the survey, because in order to figure out the environmental location, you have to have the survey. So those are the steps that we have to do. And we don't have a cost because we have to put this as a request for proposals. We did this last year. We had a consultant with great, we have, I can't remember how many requests we have. We have probably 8 or 10, but we tied it down to, we had a committee. The committee reviewed all the proposals, the highest score. We went with the highest score consultant, and then we talked to them and negotiate the price. And that was the 4.1, over $4.2 million round up. We would have to do the process again because that RFQ is already no good. It's no, the time expired. So we would have to request again, have a committee, review the proposals, and then come back to the board with a cost. So at this time, we don't have a cost.
So we're gonna just bid out $5 million again?
No, we're not bidding out. We're doing a request for proposals. And what the proposal comes, it could be 4 million, it could be 3 million, we don't know. So, and we will have to come back to the board for the board to approve that consultant. And not only that, we're gonna provide on the RFQ that is gonna be based on task orders. We're not gonna, the consultant is not gonna get, if the bid comes at 4 million, that doesn't mean that he gets 4 million. He's only gonna get paid per the task. And we would have to have the environmental task approved before we move to the preliminary plans, right-of-way plans, and final plans.
Well, let me say that I think that we need to move forward with this, but I think that we need to move forward with it in phases. And I would like for staff to give us phases and not to give us a lump sum of this. I would like to see phase 1 is that you have to do the design, you have to do this, you have to do that. And this cost, this should be this amount. But and if that's all that we have on there, that's one thing, but we can't put the whole thing on there and they know that they got a bank account of 5 million because all they do is to come back and they keep eating away at it by doing change orders. So I just have a concern about that. We definitely need to move with this, but we need to do it in phases. So maybe we can talk about how to break it up into phases.
And that's what we're proposing. That's what we're proposing when we come back to the board. If the board allows us to request RFQs, when we come back to the board, the resolution will state task order 1, X amount, task order 2, X amount, 3, and so forth. That way you have the breakdown of each.
But we don't want one person to, we need to bid each one of them out.
No, you don't want to do that, Commissioner, because you want to have one consultant doing the whole project, because when you have multiple people doing different things, if something goes wrong.
I have a question for you, Rocky. How long do you think this project will take?
What's that question?
How long do you think this project will take?
The design is probably going to take about 2 years.
The whole project that you're bidding out from A to Z, because what we have from A to Z in that whole task order will be from A to Z. So you have a person that gets it in 2020, and then we're not ready to get to Z until 2030. But they've already won the bid. And that's my concern, that you need to do it in phases, or they shouldn't just get the whole 5 million and then you want to change, or we need to look at something else. That's the only concern that I have. And I don't want to have to keep discussing it tonight, but I still have that same concern that this project needs to be broken down. We need to do step by step, and it needs to say, okay, well, we're only going to go to step 2 and we'll bid out step 2 when we've gotten this from the Federal Highway Authority, or we've gotten this participation from the state, because it's going to take more than the 4.9 million. I just don't see the benefit of spending 4.9 million of taxpayers' dollars to a company and we can't get the interchange. I'm okay with doing it, but we've got to make sure that we have everybody else on board. So let's do it in phases so that we can get it done properly.
And we can do that. You know, if the board chooses just for us to put an RFP or RFQ for the first 3 phases, because you have to have those 3 phases. Right. You cannot just do environmental by itself. You need the concept, you need the survey, and you need the environmental. And if that's what the board wishes, we can do that. That would be no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, Commissioner Clemens. Okay, so I saw Commissioner Wilson and then I see Commissioner Barnes. So Commissioner Wilson.
So go back to the task orders. I would, of course, I think doing all 6 of them is going to answer Commissioner Clemens' question, but we'll have the other 3 to follow the first 3 once completed, but with the same consultant.
We can do it that way. We can just.
That's what I'm hearing. That we probably need to do all 6, do the first 3, let the same consultant do all 6, and each task order have a price tag. Once we get to number 3, the environmental study, that's the last one, correct? Because I think it's survey, concept, and environmental.
That's correct.
So when we get that complete, then we move on to the next 3. Now we can do them one by one, or we can do the total 3, correct?
Right.
Okay.
We would have to do one by one, and we will stop at 3. And once we get the environmental approved by the Federal Highway and GDOT, then we can move to the other 3.
Okay, so we'll have GDOT and we'll have the federal that's going to support the last 3.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's good, because that means that we will not spend all of our money without the support of the Federal Highway Authority.
Right.
And then that way, if we can redirect those funds to another project in SPLOST, we can do that. If we find that it's not feasible because we don't have the Federal Highway Authority on board, at least we have not committed giving somebody $5 million. And that's been my thing the whole time.
All right, so I think we're all on the same page, but now we got to get the language straight. So I think we're good, right?
Yeah, we are. I mean, I'm okay. I'm waiting on the other commissioners.
Okay.
So wait a minute, let me make sure Commissioner Wilson has got the floor. Anything else, Commissioner Wilson? And then
I'm good right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Barnes, Ms. Matthews, unless you got something that needs to come in right now.
I just want to clarify that the only thing we're asking the board to do tonight is authorize staff to solicit the proposals. And so what we'll make sure is that once that authorization is granted by the board, that the task orders and what you all are talking about now, that's going to be in how the scope is written. So we're not at that point yet. We just need for you all to give us the approval to solicit the proposals, so we don't solicit the proposals again and then we bring it to the board and then we don't take any action on it. So that's the only thing we need to know tonight. Are we okay to proceed with soliciting proposals? We understand that you all want us to identify the individual tasks, the monetary amount that's going to go with that task, with the understanding that once we get to task order 3, which is the environmental phase, that's when GDOT and the feds will get involved. And I think that's what I'm understanding from Commissioner Clemens. You want to make sure we don't start a project and GDOT and the feds aren't a part of it.
That's correct. But also when we're talking about soliciting proposals, even that part of how you solicit a proposal needs to be consistent with what I'm saying about it's broken down into different areas. And the reason that I say that is because none of us are promised to be here. And if another board is sitting here and somebody else comes in new and they see that proposal out there and it's not broken up, they'll end up spending $5 million on a project, not having the history, the knowledge of knowing that this project can go nowhere because it's a $150 million project, but you spent $5 million of county funds and we still don't have an interchange. So I think that even when you solicit the proposal, that it needs to be very clear that they're broken up into phases, and that that proposal would be that it's only with the approval of the Federal Highway Authority that that next phase will happen.
Okay. Okay, let's see, Commissioner Wilson still has the floor. We still got to get to Commissioner Barr, and I think I saw
No,
Commissioner.
that's all I have this time.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Barr next, and I think Commissioner Thomas was afterwards.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Whether we do a RFQ or RFP, I just, and I've had this conversation with the county manager, whatever we do, the bid process needs to be part of that process. That's the only comment I have.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Thomas.
Well, Commissioner Clemens asked a lot of the same questions I had planned to ask. But my question is, she asked the question, I believe, what property are we surveying? And Rocky said something that I didn't understand. I'm assuming the property has been identified that we're going to survey and do the concepts on, yes or no?
We have a general location of the area, Commissioner. So we do know more or less where it's gonna be, but to do the survey, and because we do have, when we did the justification report, we do have, we kind of tie down the location for the interchange. So now, who owns the land and all that, I don't have that information in front of me. But, you know, of course, it's not a concept approved by GDOT yet. So once we do the design and we have a concept design, then GDOT will have to approve that. And with that approval of the concept, then we gotta move towards the environmental. So we cannot move into the environmental until GDOT, because GDOT might say, well, this location looks good, but how about if you move the road or the interchange another 50 feet down or 50 feet more north? So we don't know exactly, we know the general location, but the exact location, we don't have that until we do the concept and GDOT approves the concept.
So my question is, this started how many years ago, Rocky? This whole thought process on this interchange started how many years ago? What year did it start?
Well, it was in our SPLOS 4, so that was back in 2014.
Okay,
So we
so
started-
2014. So we're at 6 years now. And do you think then the location that was proposed in 2014 is going to be the same location that's needed in 2020? Are we wasting our time looking at that location?
I think the location is, you know, at first when we started, we had 4 different locations. When we did the feasibility study, then we tied it down with the interchange justification, which tied it down to 1 location. But like I mentioned before, the concept has to be approved. The concept design has to be approved by GDOT, and that is going to be able to tie down the exact location. We know it's going to be on I-7, on where Bethlehem is, and we know it's going to be probably to the south of the interchange. But it could be that we go back and we go to the exact location where the interchange, the bridge is located today, the overhead bridge over I-75. So that's the part we don't know. It is nearby, but it could change, you know, 50 feet, 10 feet. We don't know until we actually do the concept and it's approved by GDOT. But the general location, we do have that location.
Okay, one of the things that I have to support again that my colleague said that we need to do this in stages and we need to do it in phases. And we're looking forward to you doing that and making sure we don't exhaust the money that's there before we have the complete buy-in from the federal highway authorities and from GDOT. All the other questions Commissioner Clemens did ask, and I won't repeat them.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let's see, any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
I would like to make a motion that we get some clarity on all of this and have another workshop meeting about it, and so that we can make sure that we are voting on it in phases unless, Rocco, you can very clearly clarify that that's what this is.
Yes.
You know, I just want to make sure, I think we got to move forward with this. We got to move forward with some part of it. I just want to be clear of what we're doing. Now, if Commissioner Wilson, I know that you brought this, if you think that he can clarify it, then we're good. And if it's just, you know, I just want to make sure that we're breaking it up. And like Commissioner Thomas has reiterated, where are we designing? I mean, so we do a design and then it just goes from place to place depending on if they approve the design, correct?
So I see Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Clemens referenced Commissioner Wilson. So Commissioner Wilson, if someone can unmute Commissioner Wilson, because I kind of.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, okay.
So, but yes, Rocky and I've had this conversation about the task orders, all of them being priced out. There were 6 phases of that. So I have all the confidence that we can get it done in that fashion. So I'm good with it.
Okay.
So we do need to clarify again, the floor is now open for a motion. So if someone can clarify, the floor is open for a motion. Okay, Commissioner Wilson, I see you.
Okay, so my motion is to approve the staff's recommendation to move forward with a RFQ, and Rocky's gonna put in that RFQ that they're gonna bid out all the phases in a task order.
And he's gonna only bid out the first 3 phases, not all of them.
6 of them gonna be bidded out, but we only gonna do the first 3. And then we'll move to, because after we do the first 3, that's when GDOT and the feds come aboard and support what we've done. Then we get their support and move to the next 3.
Okay, so I see the county manager's got her hand up. Ms. Matthews?
I know you have a motion on the floor, so I'll wait until it gets a second, and then I just want to provide some clarification.
Okay, so Commissioner Wilson, you really do need to clarify your motion because I'm a little confused a bit myself based on the conversations I've heard. So can you clarify that motion once more, please?
So the motion is to move forward with the RFQ, understanding that in that it's going to be task ordered phases. And all 6 phases will be priced out per phase.
Okay, that's the motion on the table. Is there a second? Okay, I see Commissioner Barham with a second. Okay, Ms. Matthews has already made a notion to clarify. So Ms. Matthews, if you will speak, please.
So just point of clarification on 2 items. What we're asking the board to do is to authorize us to solicit proposals. So I don't want us to call it an RFQ or an RFP, just solicit proposals.
Okay.
And just for clarification, we will not be bidding out each task order. This will be a proposal where we will have an engineer that will come in and the task will be identified with a cost set for the task. But we will not be bringing back to the board a resolution to approve task order 1, task order 2, task order 3. And so I don't want to mislead the board that we're going to bring every task back to the board for approval, because the contract, whoever's awarded the contract, they will receive the work for what we're asking, which is for the design services. I think where we need to come to some resolution is that we understand that when we get to task order number 3, GDOT and the Federal Highway Administration will be a part of the conversation. But there is nothing in this resolution that would bring back task orders. And that's definitely not what you want to do, because it's going to be hard to find an engineering firm that's going to come in and do part of a engineering services and only do 3 of the overall tasks. So it may be hard for us to bid it out that way, or to at least solicit proposals. I also need to get some clarification, because Commissioner Barham mentioned that he wanted us to go through a bid process. And so that's very different than soliciting proposals through an RFP and an RFQ. So I want to just make sure for clarification that the desire is for us to not treat this based on based on qualifications or receiving proposals. You're asking us to bid it out. under the RFQ and RFP and under our purchasing policy, we don't look at the cost. We look at the qualifications of the firm. And in a case like this, that's what we need to do versus bidding it out, because this is not a construction project. This is a professional service that we're asking for. So I want to make sure that staff is clear on the expectation of what you all are asking for.
Okay, well, any further questions or comments? And I'm gonna go back to Commissioner Wilson, especially after you made the motion, Commissioner Barnes seconded, and the county manager clarified again the process that we're speaking about. So Commissioner Wilson, please again, has your motion, will it stand or will it change based on what was just
The
described?
motion needs to follow Sherry's recommendation.
Okay, so let me, I see that, and I see, and Ms. Matthews, will you clarify the recommendation? And then we got to go to Commissioner Barnes.
So it's a resolution authorizing our staff to solicit proposals for design services for a new interchange. I want to also, and just thank you, Commissioner Wilson, for that. The federal process requires us to solicit proposals. So there's no way around that. If we want to retain any federal dollars that may be allocated to the project, we have to do the design services as a professional service.
Okay, so Commissioner Barnes, I saw your hand up. I can't see Commissioner Clemens. Okay, so Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what I was saying. I was just saying that the bid process needs to be part of this. We just don't need to just pick the best person that we think and not give other people an opportunity to bid on it. So if they meet the criteria, they ought to have that opportunity.
Okay.
So noted.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, so are there any other questions or comments from the board? I can't see Commissioner Clemens.
So this is, I don't know what's going on with the video, but this is only for design services, right?
That is correct, Commissioner Clemens.
So when we talked about environmental and all of that, is that part of design?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And so this is a request for proposals and this is just asking people, give us a proposal of how much you think this is going to cost. That's all.
That is correct, Commissioner Clemens.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I see Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Wilson.
So when we get this, can you hear me?
Yes.
So how long, Rocky, would you think it would take to get this back?
Rocky's on mute.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yes, Commissioner, it's going to take us about 30 days to advertise it. And then we'll have to put it on the next available board meeting. Well, it's going to take more than that, because once we'll get the RFQs in 30 days, then we'll have to review it, have a committee review it. So you're probably looking about around 6 weeks before we can even bring it to the board. So 6 weeks to eight weeks before we can bring it back to the board.
Maybe the first meeting in July.
August.
Okay.
We're ready. We're basically in June.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, so we've have on the table the request to solicit proposals for design services. And we had a motion and a second. Any further discussions? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. And Commissioner Clemens, since we can't hear you, I guess you'll have to let us know where you are, but those are in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, Commissioner, okay, those opposed, please raise your hand or speak.
Chairwood, I only saw Commissioner Holmes. I can't see Commissioner Clemens.
We need to record. Yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with request for proposal.
Okay, so that makes it five in favor, 1 against. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thank you all for that dialogue and conversation and clarification. We'll now move into the next item, which is a discussion only item. And this is a discussion regarding the American Legion's building located on Veterans Way. And I understand Mr. Johnson is going to make a presentation.
Good evening or night, Chair Wood, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and thanks for hanging in there on this long night. Tonight is a discussion only topic. As Commissioner Barnes requested several meetings, and due to COVID, it's kind of delayed getting here. However, we have a building over on Veterans Drive at it's the American Legion building. It's kind of a unique situation where until about 8-9 months ago, we did not even know we owned the building. We have done any maintenance. It was actually in the records showing that it was not owned by the county, and we've not even again had any work done or anything there. So there was actually the American Legion ran the building, and it has a long history of being actually, once we got the records figured out, went through all the processes. The American Legion been occupying the building and actually renting it out. And during a rental process one night, we had a floor collapse over there at that building. And that's how it became known that the county owned the building once the records were searched and it came out. So with all that said, Hutch and Facilities Maintenance, Mr. Purvis and his team went over and evaluated, and I'll share that with you now for our discussion. And after this, I'll definitely send you a copy of what we found. And tonight is for the board to, is it on your screen? Okay, for the board to kind of give some direction on what to do in this situation. So that is the building. It's on Veterans Drive in McDonough in the city. It's right across from the connecting Henry location. And the park is over here. If you see my arrow, the park is over here. And it came about some negotiation with McDonough with the city about a few years ago in some land acquisitions that McDonough built their park there behind it. So 70 Veterans Drive, the condition assessment, just a general description is it was built post World War II. And my understanding from Commissioner, that was actually some returning veterans who actually constructed this, so it does have some historical significance in that part. The tax records indicate it's on R100 by city, and it's about 2,430 square feet. So on public water and sewer, and I'll get down to the findings. It did have a fire there, make sure I don't miss everything. It did have a significant fire there back in 2016. And it was interesting because the county was not even involved in that part. The building was repaired through the American Legion's insurance, and again, not knowing it was part of a county building is my understanding. So the assessment, it showed the parking lot. As you noticed earlier in the picture, it was a small, had visible signs of wear. One of the big issues is ADA compliance and general maintenance. The front entrances are definitely non-ADA compliance for the steepness and the size. The exterior building has various cracks in the exterior, which you expect from a 1940s built structure, cement form. 80% of the floor joists have fallen. So the party that was happening that night, the floor joist actually fell and was held up by the air conditioner under the floor system. The problem with that is when the Hutch and his team of engineers looked at it, actually all the wiring and all the stuff had been actually stretched in the infrastructure of that facility. It goes back into some visible roof leaks, signs of roof sag and deck damage on the west side of the building. Interior, stress cracks, doorways, restrooms, again, not at the code. No alarm systems, no sprinklers, no alarm system. And I guess part of the biggest up cost was going to be coming into compliance with the fire code and safety issues. Plumbing, again, it's not surprising that the plumbing is 1940s, and with some other upgrades in there over time with replacement, but it does not meet the code with the grease traps or anything like that. So all this being will have to come up the code. Mechanical 2H VAC units. There's definitely severely damaged when the floor collapsed. Electrical systems, no electrical service, weatherhead was that's a simple issue, and definitely is not required back in the day. The important part of it is estimated cost. Part A, the civil landscaping, 29.4, exterior building envelope, 52.2, interior, 84, floor system, 64,000, estimated cost approximately 4.6, mechanical 7, electrical 10, and the significant cost is going to be to bring the sprinkler system, the fire codes up to code, and that's 140,000 on there. So comes up to about 315,000. Just by comparison, Hutch and his team gave a new building comparison about 600,000 for a 2,400 square foot building. For that structure. So I'll stop that for a minute, and I will definitely tomorrow have that sent to you, so you have a full report with you. I do have Mr. Purvis here to help answer any technical questions. Again, I'm the messenger here, and he's the professional. He's the expert at this. But tonight we would like to, we know it has significant historical value, and get some guidance on the board on some direction on a repair. I know it has been some talks with the city. I think Commissioner Barnes has actually discussed that. So we got some cost sharing options that might be there. Reached out to the city manager also, and there was some discussions. But definitely for discussion only, and I'll yield to Mr. Purvis for his anything he would like to add to that.
Brad, good evening, Commissioners, Chair.
Good evening.
Yeah, basically what Brad said is it in a nutshell. We went ahead and hired McElwaney Engineering out of McDonough to give us 2 designs for the floor system replacement. The first one would be a concrete floor concept, and the second one will be going back with the wooden floor structure with new girders, joists, and masonry piers. Those items would have to be bid out, but just for preliminary budget, we got a quote at $63,000 for the concrete floor system. Pretty labor intensive to go in and remove what's there and go back with the new system.
Okay, well, anything else? I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson.
No, ma'am. I said thank you to Hutch, and just ask any more questions anybody has for Hutch or myself. And again, this is a discussion, Madam Chair, and kind of give us some direction on from the board.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we thank you, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Purvis, for that discussion only item. What questions are there from the board? I think I've got several myself, but any questions from the board? Okay, Commissioner Barnes. Okay, you need to unmute, please.
Okay, Brad kind of went over the history of this building, but back in the 1940s, when people came back from in the World War II, the veterans wanted a place where they could have a meeting. And so they asked the county if they could construct a building down there. And the county told them they could. It was on county property. So it's always been a icon of the community. It's been utilized for teen clubs and dances and all kind of things. And it's does have a lot of historical value to the building. And had a conversation with the mayor, and we, due to the coronavirus thing, we hadn't really been able to sit down, but we've had a couple phone calls, and they seem to be real receptive to trying to help us somehow or another do the repairs to the building. So like I said, it does have a lot of historical value to the building. And I hope we can get this thing repaired. That's all I have.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? And I guess the question you kind of mentioned about cost sharing, what, do we have any idea based on this estimate? I mean, to me, there were so many things out of compliance, and I understand the value of the significance of the historical value of it, but do we have any idea what type of cost you're saying that the county would continue to have? And again, we've been, already, I guess, kind of subsidizing some of the expenses in the past, I would imagine, just because we just found out about it. But what are we talking about here?
It's about $320,000 initially, Madam Chair. And I think that the issue we have in staff is that amount going to a structure that we feel is definitely a drain on an unbudgeted asset for that structure. The other issue is just pulled up what I had from Mr. Dorsey, and they're definitely interested in doing some talking about it from the city of McDonough about some cost sharing, and it said basically quote, some small way, whatever they can do to kind of help. And I think what Commissioner Barmer relayed to, that with everything going on, that opportunity to sit down and actually look at the building and see what that might be has not been there. Or one of the recommendations we have is if the city wanted to maintain it and work out some kind of agreement with the city to do that.
Okay, still seem like some unanswered questions for me. Okay, all right, go ahead, Commissioner Wilson. You're muted, Commissioner Wilson.
So we own the building. Do we rent the building out?
Commissioner, we didn't know we even owned the building, or that we didn't know we owned the building because it was nowhere in the county assets. Even on the Q Public, it was actually listed as a City of McDonough building. And once we pulled all the documentations, all the negotiations with the city back when they went through the process, and actually the city clerk actually sent over I think it was 1972, where they gave it to the county for $1. But during the transitions where the city and county worked out negotiations over the land at the park, there was some transcription on Q Public through the tax assessors that actually listed it as a City of McDonough property. And since then, it's been changed. Patrick reviewed it. It got sorted out and it corrected through our tax assessors. It got posted right. So we did not know we owned the building. Hutch has not been maintaining the building. My understanding, American Legion has actually been leasing the building out as part of their funding for their organization. Again, it just came up when the building became unsafe and basically declared a hazard that we found out that we owned it.
So we own it, they run it, they lease it out.
And we would definitely change it if we did fix the building. It needs to be a county building. It needs to be under a lease agreement. It needs to be under the the Board of Commissioners agreed upon lease with a lease payment.
And Chairwood, if I may chime in real quick, we've gone back and forth regarding this property, and one of the things that we want to be clear about is that identifying facilities in the county obviously should be a part of this master facilities plan that Hutch has worked on. I want the board to understand that tonight's discussion is one to give Commissioner Barham an opportunity to get with the City of McDonough to see if this is something that they want. My recommendation to staff is that if the City of McDonough is not willing to take on this property, then we have no use for it at this point. We don't need to spend $300,000 making improvements to a facility that we don't have control over. So if we're going to make this type of investment, it means that the current leasee, which we're calling them a leasee, although we don't have a lease agreement, with the American Legion group, we're gonna have to get some things in order in terms of what that's gonna look like. Now, I can tell you, we have storage needs. And so if we're gonna make those type of improvements, that may be a storage facility. Or, and I say that reluctantly because I would hate to make $300,000 worth of improvements to store documents there. But those are definitely things that we're gonna have to work through. What I would ask is that the board allow Mr. Johnson and Mr. Purvis to schedule a meeting with Commissioner Barham and the City of McDonough representatives and determine if this is something that they're interested in. If not, then we'll bring a resolution to the board on determining if we need to demo the building or if we recommend making the changes and what the building will be utilized for. But I definitely don't want us to go down a road of we're going to make these improvements to turn it back over to someone else who we don't have a lease agreement with.
All right, I'll go and then I see Commissioner Wilson.
And Commissioner Clemens, you can't see me, but I'm here.
Okay, and then Commissioner Clemens afterwards, okay. My preliminary thoughts based on what you said, of course, we have the highest regards for historical values and also our veterans. And Commissioner Barham, when you speak to the City of McDonough, if anything, just find out if they want to transfer the building back to them, is what's going on in my thoughts. We've got a ton of facilities that we have county build business and functions, as the county manager's already stated. And so that's one thought. And then the other is, are there other American Legion posts that are out there, and how do we, navigate, some level of consistency? Because again, those are the things that are going on through my mind. So those are my thoughts. Let me go to Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Clemens, and then we'll come to Commissioner Barham. Oh, okay, Commissioner Wilson.
So kind of on what Chair Wood was talking about, maybe selling it to the American Legion for $1. Let them have the building, and that way they can get it fixed and lease it back out.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Wilson?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clemens, and then then we'll go to Commissioner Barham.
So I just had a question about, is the building occupied right now? So the building is occupied right now? Right, so the building isn't occupied. So that brings me to, why did we spend $500,000 for a coroner's building when we could have used this building?
It's not, don't have the facilities for a coroner's building, Commissioner. It would not meet the need. The location is not advantageous for a coroner's building.
Okay.
And the structure and all the surroundings right there.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Clemens?
I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner Barham.
Yes, I think, kind of looking back over this, in 2012, the city came to the county and they wanted to build that park. And at that time, the county owned all the property. So they squared it off and took that property. I don't know. I wasn't a commissioner at the time, and I had retired from the city in 2008, but they worked out something. They built that pond down there. And then later on, the county gave another portion of property over to the city where the playground was and that sort of thing. And I thought at that time that we gave them this piece of property. And there's actually another building on the property other than the American Legion. It's the Masonic Lodge. And it's always been there, my understanding, that they own the building, but we own the property. And I did have a conversation with the mayor, and hopefully we were gonna have a meeting and sit down with him and county manager and everybody else and see how we kind of go from here. I've had conversations with the American Legion, and it's just unfortunate that it happened the way it did, but it is what it is. And I think we can work through this. The city, I would hope that the city would take it on and we give them that property. I mean, I don't know if they would accept it and see how we could work with the American Legion. But I know if we did the repairs, the rental of the property, we would have to have a rental agreement. It would have to be handled a lot different than what it is now. The estimate's $315,000, but that includes putting a sprinkler system in the building. It's bringing it up to code is the biggest thing. The floor is not that expensive, but all these other things and modernizing the building, what's going to cost. But if you was to build a building like that, it would be $600,000. So I'm glad we're just doing conversation tonight, and I hope everybody kind of agree to let us sit down and see what we can work out with the city and see how we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the commissioners? My final comment is looking at some of these pictures. I'm just glad that no one has been hurt in all of this, because this building is in very bad condition. And so again, we had conversation, and I do hear that, you need to sit down and have conversation with the city and be prepared to bring back the board a resolution regarding this matter. So we'll let you continue to do diligence in that. Okay, so that was a discussion only item. And so we're now going to move into the next item, which is our public comment. And again, due to the COVID-19, we did request any public comments to be submitted to the county clerk. And so, Ms. Braun, were there any public comments submitted to you?
Yes, Chair, there was one public comment submitted by Pat Boston.
Okay.
And I'll read it into the record. Commissioners, my name is Pat Boston. As a longtime resident, I'm gravely concerned about the problem of littering in our county. I've spoke on this issue before, and it seems to be a moot issue in the midst of constant development. Littering diminishes the county and the quality of life for residents. As proposals are being made to expand this county, it is imperative that this body make a plan to deal with littering, such as putting signs to impose fines and establish or expand existing agencies to combat this problem, and not just, quotes, adopt a road. We are beyond adopt a road because we aren't that county anymore where you all have residents invested. Littering is something that can be controlled if there's a plan in place, and also provide needed extra revenue for littering violations. As an active resident who has chosen Henry County as my retirement location, I'm willing to be on a task force team with other residents to conquer this problem. If the goal is to continue to allow development in our county, let's put existing and new residents on notice that there is a standard in this county. It can be done. Thanks for your time, Pat Boston.
Okay, well, thank you. And those notes are, comments are duly noted. So thank you very much. Okay, so that concludes our public comments. Will you confirm that, Ms. Braun?
Yes, that is all.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for the March 27th called Board of Commissioners meeting, and also the April 1st, 2020 called Board of Commissioners meeting. If there are no changes or revisions to those minutes, the floor is now open for a motion.
Move to approve.
Okay, I heard Commissioner Clemens and saw Commissioner Wilson for a motion and a second. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, I don't see Commissioner Thomas. Is she still on?
Aye. This is D. Clemens.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm looking for Commissioner Thomas. I didn't see her. Okay, so she may have left the call, but okay, at least we had, let's see, five of us that did vote. So thank you. All right, we'll now move to the commissioner comments. Does anyone have any? I have some brief ones. Any comments from any of the commissioners? Okay, seeing none. The thing that I do want to encourage us, I want to say thank you to those who tuned in. Thank you, commissioners, for Zooming in. This was a very challenging meeting as we have to, rely on technology, and I think that there were some challenges with it tonight. That's why I am recommending that as we move into June the 2nd, especially with all of the social distancing that is continuing, the testing that is going, that we return back to live meetings. These are very difficult meetings to host over the calls, over the meetings, but I think we've done well, especially during the height of COVID-19, and we will continue to remain focused and safe. The county manager and their team has done a phenomenal job in putting in a lot of the safety precautions so that by June, we've got many of those addressed. But again, I encourage us all to come by, see what has been done to make sure that as we move into our return back to in-person meetings, that is done. The second thing is, it's already been stated, please do encourage your family members, yourselves, and others that you're connected with to take advantage of the testing on Friday for COVID-19 there at Mosley Park, 9 to 4, no appointments needed, is free. And again, for those that may need transportation, that is available, but that is how we continue to focus on keeping Henry County safe. And again, thank you to those who are practicing social distancing and wearing facial masks. The last thing is that for the census, we got the latest update that Henry County is obviously doing pretty good. We've been in the top 10 of the communities throughout the state that had the highest number of responses, but we're now tied with number 11 with Gwinnett. So we do again encourage everybody to again use your social media platforms, your communication tools to encourage people to join the Census 2020 Complete Count Committee, because they're doing a good job getting the word out, especially through COVID-19. So we ask that you please do that as well. So those are my comments for this evening. And again, just wanted to check, are there anything else from the Board of Commissioners? Okay, regarding the upcoming meetings, our next meeting is June the 2nd at 9 o'clock. It is a regular Board of Commissioners meeting. And then that one after that is June 16th at 6:30 p.m. And it too is a regular Board of Commissioners meeting. So at this time now, we'll open the floor for a motion to adjourn this meeting. Okay, I saw Commissioner Wilson's hand up, then Commissioner Barham as a second. Are any further comments or questions for the good of the group? All in favor to adjourn, please raise your hands. Okay, that is, I see everyone except Commissioner Clemens, but that's the majority. So
I got a hand up. You see that little blue hand up there in the corner?
no, I don't see it in the corner, but that's okay. We're adjourned. Again, thank you all again for a very long meeting with lots of items. And again, thank you viewers for tuning in as well. So thank you much. Have a good evening. Be safe.